Litchfield,
Here.
Schneider,
Here.
Leary,
Here.
DeLuca.
Here.
Melissa Jansen will not be here tonight. Schraffnagel,
Here.
Roberts,
Here.
Kimberly Cronk will not be here tonight. And Christofferson.
Here.
So 26 present and 2 absent, 1 vacant.
Yeah. We have quorum. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is approval of the Journal of Proceedings of October the 19th, 2021. The chair looks for a motion.
I move.
Moves.
Boyle.
Handbook Boyle moves. Did I hear a second? Sorry.
Beckfield seconds.
Beckfield seconds. Thank you. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the Journal of Proceedings? I hear none. We will do this by voice vote. Supervisors, all those in favor of approval of the Journal of Proceedings of October the 19th, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by nay. I'm assuming that was a cough and not a nay. Okay. So it is unanimous. Thank you. Next is public comment. This could be a little confusing at this point. So before we have the public comment, I want to make a comment. I believe that the comments probably will be about rezoning requests. And so this is a reminder to those making public comment. Your comment is limited to 3 minutes. It is, I'm sorry, limited to 3 minutes. It is a one-way comment. It is not a dialogue. I'm assuming that some of these comments will be on the rezoning requests. So just a reminder that what is before us this evening is a group of rezoning requests, and our vote is on the rezoning request, not on any projects that are related to them. We don't have any projects. There's nothing to vote on, and people may make whatever comment they wish. However, it's just a reminder, we're voting on the rezoning, not on any projects that are coming forward. So, Samantha, public comment.
I have passed it on to County Clerk
I'm
McDonald.
sorry. Clerk McDonald, I'm sorry.
There was only 1 written comment and she did not wish to speak.
And I believe, did you send that written comment to everyone?
Yes, Samantha did.
Yes.
I did. Sue, I thought Ms. Bovee did want to speak.
Hmm.
Well, let's check. Is Ms. Bowie online? Ms. Bowie?
It's
*6 to unmute.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor.
Ms. Bowie? Apparently she's not online. Is there anyone else who wishes to present public comment this evening? Anyone else online? And I think that Supervisor Schneider just reminded us that it's *9, is it, to unmute? 6, sorry. *6 to unmute.
But sometimes you have to do *3 to wave your hand to get somebody's attention.
Okay, I don't see any of those either. I want to be very sure that we're not missing someone because of our technology here, or lack thereof.
Chair Smyer, I do have 1 hand raised.
Okay, go ahead. Can you tell who it is?
This is Deb
Go ahead.
Bovee.
Oh, she is there. Okay.
We had trouble getting a mute.
Oh.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm the one that has the rezoning application up for, I have a cul-de-sac of 7.5 acres. I want to divide that in half because I want to divide the other half because of my daughter wants to build a house on that side. I have plenty of land. I live by myself. I'm ready to retire. And like I said, she would like to build a house on that side. I sent you guys a comment slip. I don't know if you all received it, but I did send that to you, what has been going on. I've owned this property for over 35 years. I've built a house there and have lived there for 31 years. We have gone through the township meeting, and on the township meeting, they all were in favor of dividing my property up and rezoning it. The only thing that there was a petition written up, and the reason for the petition is from what I got from the people weren't concerned about me splitting my land as much as they were afraid of their taxes going up. This piece of property has RH on one side, has Thistledown RH on the other side. With this, it's on a dead end. It wouldn't affect anybody. All the people that are in direct contact to where we would build a house, all my neighbors have not signed a petition against me. Like I said, the people that I have talked to that signed the petition, it seems like that they're more concerned about their property taxes than what me putting a house on that side. The property next to me is Ovascos, that says RH. The lady that signed Mrs. Kuba's property, people were against that too. Initially when it was developed, we don't see her house. It hasn't been a problem and the property taxes haven't gone up. There is covenants in the area. Like I said, I've been here for 35 years. First 10 years, I didn't even know that there was covenants because I settled my property online with a person that moved to New England. With the covenants, with the petition, 15 of the people that have signed the petition have not abided by covenant number 3, covenant number 7, and covenant number 5. So when it comes to dividing up the, as far as the covenants, when I looked
30
up,
seconds.
the covenants aren't enforceable if there's a pattern of not being forcible, that the neighbors aren't following them. I just would like your permission to split this property up. There's plenty of property. It's right next to Thistledown. I sent comments about what happened when Thistledown developed. I would appreciate this just to be rezoned for my daughter to build her house on that side of the road. It won't be visible. It's on a dead end road.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Director Estinger, will you identify the file number for that piece of property?
Just 1 second. I believe I can't get to your packet. I believe it's 057.
Town of Brunswick?
Nope, it would be the town of Washington. I'm sorry, I can't get to the.
56.
It's 056.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Supervisor
Just want to
Coffey.
make sure that the members know to which packet she's referring. Is there anyone else presenting public comment this evening? Anyone else for public comment? Last call. Anyone?
There's Meyer,
Yes, ma'am.
there was a message up that said someone's unable to unmute. I assume that's a public comment. There
That
should
was
be a
Ms.
message in
Bovee.
your box of difficulty unmuting.
In my book?
That was from Supervisor DeLuca.
Somebody sent something to me with a question that they couldn't unmute.
That was Ms.
Oh,
Bovee.
that
She
was-
labeled as a
okay.
Heather, that was her.
All right, thank you.
Are we all right? Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you. We have no reports to the county board for this evening. We will go to item number 7, which is budget deliberations. The board chair will lead the discussion on the proposed county budget. Each amendment will require a motion and a second. And I'm going to inject another comment here. Just to keep good order this evening, the chair will accept motions and seconds by voice. Requests to speak will be by hand raised only. The only exception to that will be Supervisor Schneider. I want to be very clear about that. If you do not know how to raise your hand electronically, please say something. Does everyone know how to do that?
I was unable to find the option button that you spoke of.
Can you see a smiley face clean
Yes.
to the right? Okay, if you press that, the smiley face it says raise hand and you're just gonna push that.
Here, I thought I was going to give you a thumbs up.
You could do that
There
too.
it is. Thank you.
It's better
Then
than
when you're
other-
done speaking, then you press it again and that will lower your hand.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor Leary, once again, doing a good job for me there. Thank you. So, motion and a second will be required for inclusion in the final adopted budget. And time will be allowed for discussion, but I am going to strictly follow our rule. Our rule under Robert's Rules and County Code is that each supervisor will have 5 minutes to address a point and may address the same point only twice. And if someone is responding to a direct question, that will not count as a speaking turn. So I hope that's clear to everyone. You get 2 swipes at the cat here. If you're asked a direct question, that will not constitute a speaking turn. In order to speak a third time, you would have to make a request to the chair, and the chair will not grant that request until everyone has spoken to the point. So we don't disadvantage anyone who wishes to speak first. I'm going to also follow the rule of order tonight. I'm going to require that you all mute your microphones during this deliberation. If there are any sidebars, any outbursts, anything else, I will direct the host to shut off your microphone. I want to be very clear about that because we could have some lively discussion and I don't want it to be out of hand. We will keep good order and decorum this evening. The packet contains the Finance and Budget Committee amendments. You have that in front of you on the agenda, I believe, and amendments received by individual supervisors. County Board Supervisors are not limited to just these amendments submitted ahead of time and in print. You may make amendments from the floor. The chair will require that the amendment that you proposed be carefully worded and slowly delivered so that the clerk can copy it down. And then I believe, Clerk McDonald, if you're able to do that, we can put that up on the screen so people can see the motion. Is that correct?
I believe Amy Weiss is actually going to bring her screen up so you can see it.
Is she here?
She is.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Amy, are you ready for this?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay. So we will proceed to the amendments which have been submitted ahead of time first, and you have those enumerated on the second page of your agenda. I will note, by the way, that amendments 7, 8, and 9 are repetitions of 1, 2, and 3, and we'll handle that when we come to it. I assume that the Committee on Human Resources may withdraw the amendment if it's a duplicate, but we will.
Chair Schneider, did you want me to read the resolution for this item first?
I will when we come to it, yes.
Okay.
And we'll come to it in just a moment, okay? All right. And before we come to that, I do want to thank the Committee on Budget and Finance for the time, the effort, and so on that went into not only the amendments, but the comment at the beginning of the document, which the committee returned to the board. And at the same time, I want to thank everyone, staff and supervisors, who worked so hard on this budget. It's a lot of hard work, and I believe it's going to yield a lot of positive results. Okay, we will begin with the first amendment submitted by the Committee on Finance and the Budget. Clerk McDonald.
Amendment 1, to reduce the grant to EDC by $27,500 and to return the grant amount to $20,000. Number 2, to reallocate $27,500 as follows: Bolton Refuge House, $9,000, Sojourner, $9,000, Family Promise, $6,500, and Housing Authority, $3,000.
Okay, before I ask for motion and second, I'm going to ask the Corp Counsel for an opinion here. Corp Counsel, are you online?
I am.
Okay. It appears to me that this is a double-headed motion. It has two separate actions, and it would require that the supervisors would vote on them together, when in fact they have the privilege of voting on them separately. Should this be separated into two actions?
It certainly can be.
Okay, the chair is going to do that. The chair is dividing this into two actions. We will take up the one indicated as number 1 under Amendment 1 first. So who makes the motion to reduce EDC by 27.5?
Supervisor Wilkie will move to reduce by 27.5. He'd have preferred them together, but that is the chair's call. But I would make that motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second by Chilson.
Second by Supervisor Chilson. Explanation and background. Supervisor Pagonis, do you want to do that or hand it to another member of your committee?
Mr. Chair, I guess I didn't have any instructions from you in terms of how this was going to be playing out. I'm happy to address it, but given the chair hasn't given me any advance notice, I just want to note that if I start falling over my words, I was unaware of how this was going to play out. With regard to the EDC, for some of the old timers that will know, there was a parcel of property on Highway 93 that got sold. It was owned by the county. It got sold, and the county board at that time had a resolution that stated that all of the results of the sale would be set aside into its own fund balance for the purposes of funding economic development. The county historically has funded 3 different economic development groups. One is Economic Development Center, EDC. One is Momentum West. And the third is an incubation center. Over the, it was probably about in 2017, 2018, that fund balance was depleted. I personally went to the head of EDC and requested that he start asking for a smaller amount. He did not do that. And in that year, the award to EDC was depleted the fund balance. Subsequent to that, they went to about a $47,500 grant amount from the county, but over the last 2 years, and it could be part of COVID, but it seems as though not much activity is going on. We have not been able to get information from EDC. This is our plan moving forward. This is what we intend to do. And the county administrator could speak to it, but her indication was the $47,500 was to be on par with the city. Committee on Finance and Budget didn't see why we needed to be on par with the city. We've been working with EDC for many, many years. We know what they're capable of doing. We didn't feel that that's what was happening. And in addition to that, EDC has many different funding sources. So the proposal was to reduce their grant amount to $20,000, which is what they received last year.
Thank you. The 2 members representing the county on the EDC board are the chair and the county administrator. In this instance, since the chair maintains a neutral position in this discussion, the chair calls on the county administrator, both in regard to the budget recommendation that she made and to in regard to the work of the EDC for clarification. Administrator Schaaf.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. As a member of the board, Supervisor Pagonis is correct. The EDC solicits for donations from the private sector, as well as from municipal governments that are part of the organization. one of the unique factors of the Economic Development Corporation is that it is the county's input and segue into economic development. It is the way and the mechanism in which the county participates in economic development with community partners, with business leaders, and that organization creates linkages to the work that happens both in the cities of Altoona, Eau Claire, as well as work that's done in the Fall Creek Industrial Park and development in that area, and also in our rural areas. And so that's essentially the basic function of the work that they do. We do have some numbers that can be provided if the board would like those on requests for information that are worked upon by the Economic Development Corporation. They spend a significant amount of time working with potential businesses, whether they be from the area or outside the area, that are looking to locate and or expand in the Eau Claire County area. The majority of our expansions does occur, and this was part of the discussion as well at Finance and Budget, in the incorporated areas within the county because of access to transportation, as well as sewer and water and other amenities that the municipal governments actually offer. So that's the background of that. And Supervisor Pagonis is correct that the amount that was requested this year was based on having a consistent amount between different units of government, particularly the city and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, if there's any supervisor who wishes to present comment or ask a question, please raise your hand electronically.
Chair Smyer, I just want to point out on budget book pages 122 and 123 where supervisors could find the write-up for EDC.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilkie, if you're trying to ask to speak, oh, I'm sorry. Your hand is raised.
So is it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, both of them are.
Both
One electronically and the one physically. May I speak?
You may, and just before you begin, let me double check here. It's not showing up on my list of participants where I expected it, so my apologies. Go ahead, Supervisor Wilkie.
No problem. Of course, like I said in the beginning, it would be much easier to speak to this issue if they were to gather, because for me, and maybe for other members of the committee, it was about priorities. It was certainly a nice thing to more than double their funding this year. I'm not quibbling about that if we had extra money, but you got to look at priorities in your community. So that's what it was for me. That's why you had the other piece as a part of this, housing being a higher priority. And I hope that we get to that point and can speak to that specifically, why it is a much higher priority. That's not to say that what EDC does is not important to our community. I think it's important enough at $20,000 of last year's allocation. I would like you to also keep in mind EDC goes way back, that funding stream, in terms of why that funding stream was created in the first place and then flipped over to levy dollars, which wasn't the intent, but that's what happened, was to create jobs, and more jobs. That was a Uniroyal era, any job that could be created. Well, of course, we're not in that climate anymore. We've got plenty of jobs. The good news also is it's addressing a secondary problem, was decent paying jobs in this community at a level that a person can raise a family. That isn't at the point where we'd like yet, so I'd like EDC to continue to try to raise those wages and those jobs. Now, the laws of supply and demand of good employees is helping in that area, as you can see some of the posters throughout the community. So it's an important thing, but it's not the priority. The second piece of this is a far higher priority in our community. So I urge you to pass this first part, and then because it's divided, I guess I'm not supposed to speak to the second half, but I ask your vote for this first half.
Thank you. Supervisor Leary.
Chair, yes, in the committee, I was the supervisor that had made the motion, and I did include the subtraction of the 27.5, not because I don't think economic development isn't important. I think it's extremely important, and the job that the chamber and the other economic advisors do have been very influential in our community. But we've also been hearing a lot from the chamber and others how much they need more workforce. And so part of this was we needed to come up with some funding for some of these other issues needed to the workforce, such as homelessness, and also with some of the issues that we've been having with having housing and apartment rental. So while that does speak, I know, not to this first part, I just wanted to include that we do feel it's very important, the support that we give to the chamber and the economic development. And so I reluctantly wish to reduce it and keep this motion going. And then part two would be for the purposes as we outlined in the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to present comment or who has a question? Supervisor DeLuca.
Thank you. So I see a lot of the homeless shelters are listed, but I don't see Beacon House where the
Excuse me,
families.
Supervisor DeLuca, you are addressing the second half of the amendment, and we are on the first half.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Hold that, please. Thank you. Supervisor Bates. You're muted, Supervisor Bates.
Better this way.
Yes, it is.
I do have a concern, I think primarily because of the fact that we encourage partnerships between the city and county. I can certainly go back to a number of years ago when indeed the collaborations that exist now simply didn't exist. Whenever we back out of an agreement, and this started at 47.5 and now has been cut to 20, I think it's always important that it has gone by the committee that indeed works together to come up with their funding philosophy. It sounds to me as though the individuals that serve on the Economic Development Committee were aware of the fact that this was sort of a matching grant and that they indeed supported it. And I guess my question is, did we make a commitment for support through that committee structure?
Thank you, Supervisor Bates. Supervisor Pagonis, this will be your first turn since you provided the background.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. I want to point out two things. One is Administrator Schauf noted that the primary development is local in the city of Eau Claire. The last major development that EDC was involved in was the cheese factory in, I want to say it's in Fall Creek, and Supervisor Zook can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And that was a major development that was brought in, hiring multiple people. It's been enormously successful. They pay a living wage. So while both Supervisor Bates and Administrator Schauf are saying, well, you know, we have an obligation to the city of Eau Claire. No, we don't. The EDC was developed and put together not so much because we're supposed to help the city of Eau Claire. And no, we don't have, I don't believe we have an obligation. And if you look at page 123, you'll see a lot of the finances. What I believed the EDC was intended to do was to be a county-wide economic development force. And we have seen very little, and again, Supervisor Zook or Supervisor Anton can correct me here, but we've seen very little after the development of that cheese plant. We have not seen very much going on. I've been disappointed in the last 2 years. I've expressed to the head of the organization that I've been disappointed in the last 2 years. The presentation was very weak. They've been unable to give us any demonstrative mention of what they have actually done in terms of bringing in businesses. So no, I don't think we have an obligation. I don't think we made a commitment to the city. And even if we did, I think that EDC, our responsibility here is not for the city of Eau Claire. They can handle themselves, but it's for us to get development in Fall Creek, Augusta, and Fairchild. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to present comment or has a question? I see no other hands raised. Okay. At this point, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. We will do the vote. I'm debating whether I think these votes are important enough on budget that we should do roll call. So we have a clear indication where support is or is not. So Clerk McDonald, will you call the roll for this? And I'm going to request that the chair's vote be last.
Gibson,
No.
McKinney,
Oh,
Just,
Knight,
could I ask the resolution to be read again? I'm not quite sure.
Oh, thank you. I think that we do need some clarity there. So we're going to back up here and begin the roll call vote again. Your vote, if you vote yes, you're voting to reduce the grant to EDC by $27,500. If you vote no, you are saying no, do not reduce the grant to $27,500. Is that what you were seeking, Supervisor Knight? Clarity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Clerk McDonald, please begin the roll call vote over again.
Gibson,
Oh, yes.
yes. Okay. McKinney,
no.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis,
Yes.
Anton,
No.
Zook,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Stelgis,
Yes.
Maury, Maury,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
No.
Hambuck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
No.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
Yes.
Schneider,
No.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Jansen, Jansen.
Absent.
Oh, she's absent. I'm sorry. Schaffnagel,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
Yes.
and Smyer.
No,
So it's 20-5.
thank you. The motion passes on a vote of 20-5. And we'll proceed to the second half.
20-6. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, thank you. 20-6, but it still passes. We'll move to the second part of that amendment that was offered, and I'll ask for a motion again.
Motion by Supervisor Wilkie to approve.
Would you read the motion, please, Supervisor Wilkie?
That the committee reallocate the $27,500 that we just approved, taking from Economic Development Corporation, lowering theirs to $20,000, reallocating Bolton Refuge House $9,000, Soldier $9,000, Family Promise 6,500, and Housing Authority, 3,500.
Okay, thank you. Second.
Wilson seconds.
Chilson seconds. Thank you. Again, Supervisor Pagonis, or would you want to hand that to someone else?
I will start this and then I will hand it off to Supervisor Chilson. To respond to, I'm anticipating Supervisor DeLuca's question. She wanted to know about Beacon House. It's now been renamed to Family Promise of the Chippewa Valley. So that is Beacon House. So when you see that, just a reminder, in years past, Supervisor Chilson has made the motion on the county board floor that any unspent training dollars be divided up equally among our homeless shelters. He's done that pretty routinely. And when we in finance and budget voted or began discussing reducing EDC, it was Supervisor Chilson who made the motion for the reallocation. So I will allow him to address it. This has been consistent with some of his comments in the past.
Just before we do that, if I remember correctly, when those motions were made in the past, the Corp Counsel pointed out that they had to do with the current year's budget, not the next year's budget. Is that correct?
That may be true, but that's not what's going on here. What he's talking about is 27,500 of unallocated tax levy that he's asking to allocate.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify your reference to past practice.
I'm referencing it because it's specific to him making the request. It's not whether it's before or after the dollars were spent. What I'm talking about is his interest in allocating additional dollars to the homeless shelters.
Okay, I'm going to request Supervisor Chilson that you actually raise your hand so we can follow the procedure. Can you do that? Thank you very much. Supervisor Chilson.
Thank you, Supervisor Smyer, and thank you, Supervisor Pagonis, for the lead-in. That is correct. I did make this motion, and this is my yearly motion that I attempt to do every year. As part of my time on finance and budget, I've had the opportunity to sit and listen to the presentations from Bolton Refuge House, from Sojourner, and from, I don't know the new name, but Interfaith Hospitality or Beacon House. And the presentations made by those people in those organizations have always hit home with me of the things that they're able to do with the money, the amount of people that they're able to serve, and what they can do in terms of a little bit of money and how they can leverage it to get additional dollars, additional grants, to get even more money to fund the activities that they do. And every year this discussion comes up at finance and budget. Their standard amount allocated to them has not been raised in many years. And so I have always looked for ways to find additional money to give to these organizations from the county, because I feel their work is extremely beneficial, and the amount of good that they do for the amount of money that we give them is well worth it and an extremely wise investment. So that is why I made the motion, and I hope others can see the value in it and support the reallocation of the money. And as a final note, and I would turn this part of it over to Supervisor Leary, because she is the head of the for the Housing Authority, and she made some excellent points in items that they needed. And so in terms of this, a very small amount of money was included for them, and she can explain the good that they can do with that very, very small amount of money.
The next person in order of speaking is Supervisor Wilkie, followed by Supervisor Leary. Supervisor Wilkie. You are muted. Supervisor Wilkie, you're muted.
My apologies. I have no problem with Supervisor Robin Leary going prior to me. She is on the board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Leary, you're up.
Thank you. Yes, the Housing Authority of Eau Claire County covers the area outside the city of Eau Claire, who has a separate housing authority. Also, the city of Altoona has a separate authority. But we have been, over the last 5 to 6 years, receiving a lot of cuts from HUD. I must say the previous administration, all they did was cut, and we've been trying to do more with less, and we have just gotten to the point where we need to say help. And so to our plea, we have 3 employees, and 2 of them got COVID. We have also put through a request for COVID funding through Administrator Schaaf, and that will be separate. But what we found is the administrative cuts that HUD has done has not allowed us to have the help and what we need to be able to administer the vouchers and the assistance. So this will, $3,000 will be able to help us with our staffing. Frankly, we have, I believe it's 2 of the 3 employees are 39 hours a week instead of 40 because that's how tight our budget is. So I hope that you will help us with this, and it will go into, we've received special grants, and one is targeted for school age, families with school age children that are homeless. We received some vouchers, I think it was 3 more vouchers for veteran services, but you have to have all the administrative staffing to do this and to put in for the voucher. So I hope you will help us and vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilkie, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, for the record, it's no secret that I spent many years employed and volunteering in the area of working in the housing, but let the record reflect, since my retirement, I have no affiliation, contact with, or volunteer with any of those organizations that are being funded. In fact, many years ago, I spent 10 years on the Housing Authority. I'm not on that there. That hasn't lessened my passion and concern for the area of having decent, affordable housing in our community. Many of us have seen how it's skyrocketed with our homeless population in Eau Claire and the difficulty that people are having finding decent, affordable housing. To be able to find decent, affordable housing, you first got to be able to light your feet someplace, get a shower, be able to get a job, and then start thinking about permanent housing. Well, that's where the Housing Authority comes in. They're geared more towards trying to get permanent housing through vouchers or whatever programs they can and funding sources they can apply for. I would echo what Supervisor Chilson says. I know firsthand from all of those organizations, not any just single one, but all of them, how they leverage dollars, and they know how to stretch a buck. In fact, I've often joked about the fact that government ought to get a workshop from our nonprofits in the community, and they'd learn how to stretch a dollar real quick, because they do a fabulous job of doing that and bringing volunteers in the community and making it a community concern. The other part of this is I like the fact that even though we're not requiring through any contract or anything that if you grant this extra money to these emergency housing area, that they in fact try to put their focus in the rural area in whatever way they can. That the homeless don't only exist in the city of Eau Claire. They may migrate from here, but or migrate to here. So I urge you to support this effort. I think it's timely. given all the knowledge that we've obtained in regards to the need for emergency housing in our community and the need to find permanent housing that the Housing Authority. The one other thing I should point out to you is with the Housing Authority, the administrative dollars that they've been provided in the past have always been meager, and now they're getting even meagerer, if there's such a word. Fortunately, we give them an in-kind match in the sense that they don't need to pay rent, and they can use that to leverage for the grants that they write. This $3,500 will also be able to serve as a match for grant writing. So I request your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Zook.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like a ruling. Do I recuse myself if my daughter-in-law is on the board of directors for Beacon House?
Yes.
It probably would be advisable, and we will record that at the time of the vote.
I shall do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Supervisors, we are voting on the motion to reallocate $27,500 as follows: Bolton Refuge 9,000, Sojourner 9,000, Family Promise 6,500, and Housing Authority $3,000. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I
I'm sorry, I just violated my own rule. We'll do it by roll call vote. Keep me on the straight and narrow, people. Clerk McDonald.
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis,
Yes.
Anton,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Stelgis,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatton,
yes.
Smyer,
Please take my vote last.
Hambuck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Troffnagel,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
Yes.
and Smyer.
Yes, we'll record also the vote, the recusal by Supervisor Zook in the minutes. Is that acceptable, Supervisor Zook? Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, so 25 yes, 1
It is-
recusal.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. Next is Amendment 2. Clerk McDonald.
We just voted on Amendment 2. Oh, I see Amendment 2. Do,
No, we voted on the second half of Amendment
okay,
1.
second part.
Sorry.
All right. Number 1, to create the following new positions for 2022. 3 social workers for children's long-term care, 1 supervisor for the Juvenile Detention Center, 1 youth services worker for the school district, a 0.5 data specialist, which is a reduction from a current full-time employee, and 1 systems analyst. Number 2, place all other position requests and changes requested by the department on hold temporarily pending filling the current vacancy list. And number 3, place the levy request of $171,998 into a restricted contingency fund to be available when needed to complete position changes or additions.
A motion?
Dell just moves.
Dell just moved. Second,
Supervisor Wilkie seconds.
Supervisor Wilkie seconds. Back to you, Supervisor Pagonis.
Chair Smyer, is it your intent then to break this up into
No.
3 different parts the way you did Amendment 1?
No, because I don't think they have the same relationship as number 1. However, this is a very complex amendment, and so I think it's going to be a chore to go through this. And I'm going to load you with that chore at the beginning to provide background.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Human Services presented a list of approximately 38 changes, if not more, because many of them are multiple position changes within their department for 2022. And of that included, in one list, it was 11.83. In a different list, it was 12.83 new positions. I believe they've settled on 11.83 new positions. At the same time, and the Committee on Finance and Budget and the Committee on Human Resources had the benefit of receiving a very comprehensive presentation by staff from the Department of Human Services. And among the elements of the presentation was what they referred to as a current staffing list. And they presented that there are 19 or 20 positions that are in some stage of being hired. So there's a lot of activity going on. And I will point out the most recent, I didn't attend the meeting, but the most recent director's report from Director Cable was that they're struggling to recruit. So nonetheless, there are multiple positions. The last time I counted, there were close to 30 vacant positions. And of those 30 vacant positions, it appears as though they're in some stage of hiring 20 individuals. So what I did was I compared the presentation with the elements in the budget book. And I also reached out to certain individuals within the department to get a feel for the needs. And so what the Committee on Finance and Budget has thought is a way to proceed is to proceed to create 3 new positions for children's long-term care. I recognize, and in the presentation we got today, I recognize that there is a waiting list. I don't understand the reason for the waiting list, and I further don't understand the reason why open social work positions weren't rewritten to be able to hire for children's long-term care, but they weren't. So nonetheless, there are several social workers being hired on the vacancy list. Let's see, for children's long-term care, there is 1 social worker, it appears. Anyway, so we agreed with the need on children's long-term care, and so we agreed, let's hire 3 social workers. They're asking for 5 social workers plus 1 supervisor. We thought and according to the assistant director, hiring for children's long-term care social workers is very complicated. It requires a lot of specialization. And so I thought 3 seemed like a reasonable number. Secondly, regarding JDC, the Juvenile Detention Center, the reports that I've received is that there needs to be a supervisor the entire time that children are awake. So children clearly are awake from early in the morning until pretty late at night, and a supervisor who might be working 8 to 5, 9 to 6, 7 to 4, it doesn't cover all the waking hours. So the request is for another full-time supervisor to cover the waking hours. The third element we have, and it would be the 5th creation, is a youth services worker. I did reach out. I'm working with a few youth services workers, and I asked about this, and they indicated that it would be a good idea. This is one that's being paid for by the school district. Presumably it's going to be housed at the school district. Why the school district just doesn't hire their own, I don't know, but excuse me, it seems reasonable. Then the last two, a 0.5 data specialist and a systems analyst. There has been multiple times in which we've asked for information, we've asked for demographic data, we've asked for a variety of things from the Department of Human Services, and I think they've struggled. I've compared that with the data analyst who currently is working with CJCC, where we can get just phenomenal information from him regarding what's going on in treatment courts, what's going on in the jail. I mean, he's just really on top of it. So I agree strongly that we need a data specialist. And the systems analyst is because I understand there's been a lot of work between the Department of Human Services and this external group called JOXEL in trying to integrate the different systems. So having a systems analyst makes sense. So that is our initial proposal. Then, given that they have a vacancy list of approximately 20 individuals that they're hiring, and there seems to be a lot of duplication between the vacancy list and the changes that they're making, that they're proposing, the thought was, let's just hire all these individuals that are on the list, and from there, then, and we could do it at any point. We could do it in January, February, March, that just have an assessment. We've hired these individuals. We've looked at bringing down our waiting list. We have multiple supervisors who are being hired. There are 5 individuals on the vacancy list specifically for CCS, which I know is an issue. There are multiple individuals on the vacancy list specifically for crisis. I'm counting 3 right now, specifically for crisis, which I know has been an issue. My suggestion, committee suggestion, is to let's hire these 6.5. Let's get all of these individuals on the vacancy list onboarded and working. And then let's go back and look at all the changes that the department is asking to make. I'm not suggesting any of the money gets taken away. I'm suggesting it gets put into its own fund, a contingency fund that would be restricted only for use by the Department of Human Services. I understand that there's a lot of objection to this. I'm not sure why, given Director Cable has stated that hiring has been a long, arduous process, and the fact that they have 20 positions in some different area of hiring, and assistant director stated that he has, I don't know if it's an admission or not, but he did state that they're seeing substantial turnover in CCS and was unable to account for that. So I'm looking for some stability. I think the committee is looking for some stability in the department, and given that there's no timeline on this, the department can come back at any point to the human resources and say, okay, this is what's happened, this is our next step. And to break down the request of 38 changes and to reconcile it with the vacancy list, which I've never seen, and then be able to make a cogent presentation on this is how we wish to proceed this month or next month. And that's how the committee viewed it. It looked like too much too quickly, given the number of vacant positions we've been seeing, given the information we've had. So that was the logic behind this. Again, no money is being taken away. It's just saying, let's just take a breath, hire these people, and then reassess it.
Thank you. Supervisor Stelchus. I see your hand raised.
No, I did not. This was beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that left over? Sorry.
Yes, it was my
Oh,
mistake.
my mistake too, probably. Thank you. Supervisor Bates. You're muted, Colleen.
Mr. Chair. First of all, I have to say it's always somewhat discerning to me to hear all the negative kinds of inferences that are put into this commentary. As I look at the last few years and realize the complexity of the population that we serve and the impact of the very familiar now issues of COVID, of homelessness, certainly of low income, and all the attributing factors that certainly bring the 12,000 people that we serve in Eau Claire County, 10% of the population, into human services. I have nothing but admiration for the people that continue to work in the duress that continues to go on. As the county budget process began last spring, the Human Service Department leadership team began to review data, trends, and strategize to address priority issues and develop a budget that shows us that we are able to implement state directives and respond to community needs. The DH team met monthly with the state in the creation of this budget request. Serious consideration was given to our administrator's recommendation in developing the budget, and that recommendation said it must look forward while being responsive to community needs, and also indicated budget requests for new positions or increase in levy funding needed to be tied to long-term strategies designed to address areas of critical need and to ensure financial or institutional stability or priority need. There's no question that we are dealing with individuals with extremely complex type problems. But I think it certainly behooves us to take a look at what the ramifications of this particular adjustment, if you will, in the budget would mean. Deputy Director Ron Schmidt is here. And I would ask the chair if he would encourage and allow him to speak about the ramifications, loss of revenue, and all the other negative consequences that could occur with this action.
Without objection.
Objection, point of order.
Yes,
this is budget deliberations among county board supervisors. The chair would have to direct me to where in the code it states that staff is involved in budget deliberations.
I don't think that there's a specific provision regarding that. However, we are following both Robert's rules and the county code. According to Robert's rules, a non-member of a committee can speak with permission. You have raised an objection. The chair's ruling on that is your objection is noted, and we will go on with Assistant Director Schmidt. Assistant Director Schmidt.
Good evening, supervisors. It's my pleasure to talk with you about the department.
Before you begin, I want to remind you that you have 5 minutes. We're going to hold to that. Go ahead.
It's my pleasure to talk with you tonight about the Department of Human Services. The concern in this amendment that I have is the unnecessary weight on competitive hiring. even coming back month to month may afford us a lack of benefit of having a pool of available, talented, trained applicants to fill the positions in the Children's Waiver Long-Term Support Program. It is a fully funded program with state and federal dollars. We're at no risk of acting sooner versus later, and we are in competition with all of our Western Region counties for the very similar types of employees. Of course, my concern about the Children's Long-Term Support Program is the 142 children that we have on a wait list. And our conferences with the state this past 5-6 months, which we review every month with them, our wait list status, the number of children that are on it, the number that are taken off, and the number that are newly added. And we continue to see that there is no possible way that we can address that wait list without adding an entire team to address the 142 on the wait list, which grows by about 10 per month, even when we take 10 or so off each month. So I would encourage that spirit of timeliness in your consideration of the amendment. The Children's Waiver Support Program is a valuable program. It helps families avoid financial hardship and bankruptcy by accessing Medicaid in ways other than being low income. This program serves a wide swath of county residents, not just lower income residents. And we don't want these children and families to be in unnecessary stress and perhaps have other crises, emergencies, and such. So that is my number one priority with the group of positions in the amendment that are discussed here.
Thank you. Supervisor Catlin, followed by Supervisor McKinney.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Smyer. I serve on the HR committee and have heard 3 different presentations by the DHS management, and the last one, some very passionate employees on what they do and the people they serve. And I supported all of these positions that DHS wanted to hire, and I still do. I believe that, first of all, I don't believe it's a way to do a budget to stash $171,000 on the shelf in case you might need it later. That is micromanaging, and I don't see my position on the board is to make policy. The staff has the education, the experience, the bonding, professional organizations. So I support what DHS has put forth. And also, if they don't get these positions, the people that are there to work are going to have more to do. Less people means more services. And I'm really not hearing enough about the challenges of the last 24 months with this awful, evil virus that has just made services for people in our community more. They need more services. They need more food. We saw our homeless population grow, which we talked about earlier. I just, I think $171,000 is in the whole scheme of things would show a respect for the employees that are doing the work. It would show respect for the management that we place these in this 2022 budget. Also, some of these positions, if you look at, $171,000 does not fund the amount of positions that the amendment wants to take away. That's because there's other funding streams for these positions, federal and state and grants. So they may be jeopardizing, if they don't hire appropriately, they could be jeopardizing some revenue streams. I can't say for sure because, like I said, I'm not in that department. So I was, of the 5 votes, I supported all of the positions to move forward for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McKinney, followed by Supervisor Leary.
Thank you, Chairman Schneider. There was a bit of glossing over in the presentation of explaining the amendment, and that there was a waiting list. We got that validated, and the number is at 142. I remember asking when the Department of Human Services Board met last to help me understand who those people are on the waiting list. And it was identified as developmentally challenged, mentally challenged, Down syndrome, Asperger's, physical disabilities, blindness, deafness, emotionally disturbed children. Cerebral palsy would fall in that category. Mental illness. We've certainly seen an increase in mental health issues, especially during the pandemic. And I think it's important that we put faces to that 142 people that are waiting to be served. I think it's outrageous that we have a waiting list, and I understand we're #1 in the state. It's not something I can be proud of as serving on the DHS board that we have that waiting list. So I can't support this amendment, and I would only encourage you to vote for what DHS is asking for in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to address the amendment. In the committee, we noted, by that committee, I mean Finance and Budget, I noted that for most of the last year, the Human Services Department had a majority of positions that they had clearance and it was approved as part of the 2021 budget. And they didn't fill all of those positions. I understand it was COVID. I also understand everybody's trying to hire people. But the point was we also had positions on the bridge plan, basically freezing them because we didn't know as a county what the financial situation would be. So the thought was, well, let's see, we added, I think it was 26 positions in 2021 for human services. And there was, I forget if it was 12, but there was a significant number of positions on the bridge plan that were already approved. They were just going to be brought off so that they could begin filling them. Now, when you add 26 and 12, those I hope are accurate numbers, that's a significant amount right there. Plus, here in the amendment, we're adding some more positions. And we didn't say cut out these other ones. We still understand with the waiting list situation, they may need to fill all of them. But we're just saying by the time you get done hiring and filling the positions off the bridge plan and filling all the positions in 2021 that they had to fill that haven't all been filled yet, plus we're adding now in the 2022, we thought, well, when everything's filled, they probably aren't going to have a waiting list. At least that was our thought. It was not that we're saying cut it all. We're just saying, well, about February, we ought to know a lot better where we're at. So now, in other departments, it's been really hard pressed. I know, and I don't want to start naming departments because I don't want, but just getting a half a position back that had been trimmed before to help make our budget a year or two ago. You know, this is a lot of positions. So it's not that we are unsympathetic to the plight of the services. We understand people need help. What we're saying is between the bridge plan, the unfilled positions in 2021, and these new ones up to a point in 2022 budget, that's about 40 positions. I would hope we would not have any waiting lists. So that's all, and that's where I was coming from with my support to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilkie, followed by Supervisor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing I'd like to share is I thought I heard somebody say that we don't make policy. We leave that up to the professionals. We make policy. And we also decide on how and what the taxpayers' money is spent on. Even if we wanted to be so outrageous as going right down to a postage stamp. That's our role, setting policy and how taxpayers' dollars are spent. So I want to make that point. One thing I want to make clear that I learned in the course of our joint meetings is when a person comes to us, they aren't just put on the waiting list. They are triaged. And if there is a crisis, our staff deal with it and they aren't going to let it go. Okay. So it's dealt with right there. There's a triage with it. The other thing I learned, and this is to quote Ron, our assistant director, we have worked with everyone on the waiting list. Now, it might not be to the capacity we would like, okay, and strive to, but services are provided in other areas. That is what I was told when we met jointly. This amendment allows the department to move forward and be responsive to the needs and reevaluate when fully staffed. Once they're fully staffed, they'll get a better idea. I would hope that we learn from our history in 2017, 18, and 19. We threw all these staff there, okay? Well, they haven't even filled all the positions. We realize that. And we're going about doing the same thing. Now, 2017, 2018, 2019 were not our stellar years. And that's not being negative. It's just stating an uncomfortable, unpleasant fact in terms of how DHS did with their budget. Now along came the pandemic. Now, if there's anything such as a silver lining in such a terrible thing, the silver lining was it did pause things. There were people put on furlough throughout the county. There was staff positions put on the bridge plan throughout the county. Most of the departments came back with, and in some departments, very large sums of money to be able to return to the general fund. We did far better than we expected. It made up for, to some degree, those deficits in the past that DHS experienced. Nobody is disagreeing that I've heard from with the concept of strengthening families. That was the vision of the staff, and I commend the Human Service Board for moving the direction of that vision. Have we implemented it well? No, we haven't. We moved way too fast and didn't see and look ahead of the bus as we moved forward, and found ourselves getting into deep problem. I think the way I'm looking at this is we really have to learn from our history. Somebody smarter than me and smarter than probably anybody on this board came up with the quote, "Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it." Our history of those 3 years should tell us something. It's not cutting off DHS from doing what they want to do as they move forward. They may change their mind and reassess as they look at that waiting list and where they're at after they successfully fill the many vacant positions they currently have, and then take ones off the bridge list next. Do it in phases. Take some deep breaths, slow down,
30
but
seconds.
continue your mission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Roberts, followed by Supervisor Pagonis.
Schneider wants to get in line at some point.
I will mark your place in line.
Thank you, Chairman Smyer. Over the last couple of years, we've seen budget overruns from this department. We've seen $1 million accounting mistake. $1 million accounting mistake. I don't think it's unreasonable to put the brakes on a little bit and say, okay, we need to have a little oversight financially over what they're doing and how they're approaching things. because they do have a cash in versus cash out problem at times, and they tap into the general fund in order to fill those gaps. And I think being cautious might be justifiable and even reasonable here. So that's why I'm thinking I'm going to support this this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Pagonis, followed by Supervisor Dunning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address the comments by Assistant Director Schmidt and Supervisor McKinney. In the proposal that Finance and Budget is bringing, we're suggesting 3 children's long-term care social workers. That's halfway of what they're asking for. They're asking for 5 social workers and a supervisor. And so, you know, the suggestion we're making is 50%. Assistant Director Schmidt has told me many times that it's very hard to hire. I will point out that on the vacancy list, they made no effort to rewrite some of the adult services or family services workers, social workers, to be specific for children's long-term care. Those position descriptions could have been rewritten. They chose not to do it. We're not, you know, I don't think it's the intent of the Committee on Finance and Budget to hamstring the CLTS program. That's certainly not something that I would want to do. I understand the value of it. But hiring 3, let's hire 3 right now. Let's put them on the vacancy list. Let's get moving. And then let's hire 3 more in a month or 2. We're not going to hire 6 people in January. It's just not going to happen. So it's difficult to understand what the complaint is. You know, we can hire 3, couple it with the several that we have. I don't have any information on how many children's long-term care social workers there are currently. That was not provided to us, or at least I can't find it. But so my suggestion, let's hire the 3, and if in February we get them fully hired, then let's hire the other 3. It's not the proposal as it's prepared is not prohibiting anything. It's asking for everything to be I'd say more paced, just pacing it out. Thank you.
Supervisor Dunning, followed by Supervisor DeLuca, followed by Supervisor Schneider. Supervisor Dunning.
Thank you, Chairman Smyer. I'm finding this amendment confusing. Where does the hiring start? Are there positions that can be filled if the amendment passes, in addition to those 6? Or is everything frozen until the 6.5 positions are filled? Can the bridge positions be filled now? Can current approved open positions be filled? I find it confusing as to where does this amendment start? I'm not supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Supervisor DeLuca, followed by Supervisor Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. It mentions a restricted contingency fund. Can you explain what the restrictions are? And my other question was, there was mention of loss of funding. What constitutes or parameters do we have that tells us we're going to lose the funding? Is it the number of kids on our waiting list? Is it the set time limit that those kids sit on the waiting list? I need that to make a wiser decision. Thank you.
We will do a quick response for you. I'm going to ask Supervisor Pagonis if you wish to answer that or direct it.
I can start with an answer, Chair Smyer.
Restricted fund, please.
The restricted fund, Supervisor DeLuca, restricted fund is basically just setting aside a savings account that's earmarked specifically for the Department of Human Services, and those are the levy dollars. So the resolution doesn't really address outside dollars, matching dollars, etc. It only is addressing the dollars that we have control over, which are the levy dollars. So the restriction is basically saying we're going to put these dollars into its own account, and we're going to earmark it so that if there's a leak in the roof in branch 1, we can't fix it. We can't use those dollars to fix it. And I'm using that as an example because that happened a few years ago where we used contingency dollars to fix a leak in the roof in the courts. So when I say it's restricted, that means it can only be used by the Department of Human Services. With regard to the loss of funding, the way I understand it, and Supervisor Bates can correct me if I'm wrong, the loss of funding is because many of these positions come with outside funding attached to it. The outside funding isn't immediate. The county pays salary and benefits up front, implements the program, and then the county, the Department of Human Services, reaches out to the various funding sources, Medicare, Medicaid. There's some state funding involved in these. So that when we say loss of funding, it's not a permanent loss of funding, but it should be thought of as a delay in the recovery of additional funds for payment or for reimbursement for that individual's salary and benefits. So it's not a permanent loss of funding, but for the fact that if we delay by 2 months, we would only be getting 10 months of reimbursement rather than 12. So that would be the extent of the loss of funding.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor DeLuca?
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor DeLuca. Supervisor Schneider.
I'm speaking against the amendment. I agree that the ones they want to fill are darn sure necessary, but I think by not filling the others, we create some unintended consequences. One of the stipulations of the amendment is fill all your positions that you already got out there, and then, then see where things are. In a department of over 200 employees, we will never fill all our positions. On any given day, there will always be some open positions. So technically, we could never come back and say, hey, give us the others. I'm sure that little thing could be fixed, but I think you kind of tie on one hand behind your back and then saying, do your job. And I think the problem with that is that the needs that children and adults, because we haven't really spoken here much about the adult needs, the needs are not on pause, and COVID has not been good to the mental health of the community. So I'm no prophet, but I'm predicting more needs. And what we may end up with is taking care of the needs in a very expensive way, like by hospitalizations that we really don't have a choice about. Got to do those, whether we get 5 positions approved or 11 positions approved, the hospitalizations will happen. Then Human Services goes over budget again because hospitals ain't cheap. And so you've kind of tied their hands and then say, but do your job. And I don't think that is what's intended in this amendment, but I think that's the unintended consequence that we're going to end up with. So I'm against it.
Thank you. Supervisor Coffey, followed by Supervisor Maurer.
Thank you. I'm really sad that this resolution is coming forward, to be honest. We're not asking any other budgeted departments to hire part of their staff and to get approval for others that are hired down the road, not any department. I agree that HS will not be able to hire all their positions at one time. I do believe that HS, like other department directors, should be able to decide who they want to hire for first and how to move forward. I will not be voting for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Maury, followed by Supervisor Chilson. You're muted, Supervisor Maury.
Since I was joined this county board in 2018, it has appeared to me as if Department of Human Services has been under continuing scrutiny and I would say attack around issues around its budget. There was an overreach in several years prior to 2020, but we were in the black in 2020. And that was because about the time I started with the Human Services Department, there was a new direction taken and a shift from, I would say, kind of more traditional child protective services and focused on the safety of children and child saving to a policy that focused on families and trying to preserve families. That's also the policy in the state of Wisconsin. The Department of Children and Families is trying to get upstream by working with families in their homes and communities. So it's a family first is different from child saving. It's more intensive, it's more comprehensive, and it's evidence-based. It's in-home, it's family-focused and collaborative. And long-term studies of children who were treated alternately and placed in care are very discouraging. 4 out of 5 of the children in youth justice in Eau Claire County had contact with Child Protective Services when they were younger. So just, opening cases and then trying to close them and return children without working with the families was not working. About 80% of the protective service cases in Eau Claire County involve some sort of substance abuse. So there's a lot of pressure right now on families. We have a methamphetamine epidemic, an opioid epidemic, and we have the dubious distinction of having the highest rate of regular binge drinkers of any state in the United States. That's in addition to COVID. In 2015, Eau Claire County had 6 deaths from opioid overdose. Last year in 2020, it was 15. It's hard to find a day when the newspaper doesn't regularly report arrests for drug possession or possession of drugs with intent to sell. And it's also sad to read about the adults who are charged with exposing a minor to meth. Last year, after several years of exceeding the annual budget, the Department of Human Services ended the year in the black. This was partly due to COVID savings, but it was also due to this new direction, this new approach to working with families, and the reduced costs for our alternative care placements, such as foster care, treatment, foster care. This is not the time to ignore the waiting list for human service programs for adults and children. It is also not the time to try to second guess the professionals in terms of the employees that need to be hired to address the needs of adults and children in Eau Claire County. Please vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Supervisor Chilson, followed by Supervisor Stelches.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, my intent will be to speak in support of this. And before you turn down your volume or tune me out, this department, we've taken a look at this over several years. And if you think about it in the context of the workforce or the employee count in Eau Claire County, this board, in each of its budget deliberations, has agreed over the past 4 years to add employee count to help this department achieve its goals. And what we've done is increase the employee count in Eau Claire County by 20%. That's a pretty large percentage. And it's even larger when you put it in the context that Eau Claire has approximately 550 employees. If we move forward with what they're asking for, we will have added, and I hope my math is correct, it's approximately 105 employees to this department in the last 4 years. And I think those numbers should cause all of us to at least have a pause and say, my goodness, that Those are some pretty staggering numbers. And is this the most effective direction? And that is where this proposal from Finance and Budget has come from. It's not putting handcuffs on. It's not pulling the brakes and the parachute and saying we're going to bring it to a grinding halt. It's a matter of saying, let's take a few steps. Let's examine what we're doing, but let's step back and take a look at how we approach this situation. And I will disagree if we use normal accounting procedures. DHS did not end in the black. It was in the red again, although a much smaller amount than we've seen in other years, but it was also due to a lot of pandemic conditions, furloughs, unpaid time off for our employees. I think the time has really come that all of us should step back and truly examine what's going on, recognizing that we have some very serious needs, but also, and I have voted for all of these position changes in the past. I want that to be known. And I asked Director Cable in 2019, if I vote for your positions, is this what is required to get your department on track and not in a situation of being in the red? And her response to me was yes. That night, I voted for those additional positions, which brought the count at my recollection to 93 additional employees over 3 years. So for me, I have to pull the brakes and I have to pause, because in my calculations, what we've done has not worked. And to add more people, it just absolutely does not make sense to me. There has to be a different way to look at this, to do business, to take care of people, but to be responsible in regard to other departments, in regard to the budget, in regard to the money that we're spending.
Supervisor Chilson,
people taken care of.
Supervisor Chilson, excuse me, your voice is breaking up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm all in the country and I'm waiting for the upgraded internet service so that I can get a better service like most other folks. But
it's on its way.
I guess I've made my points, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I've made my points, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Supervisor Stelzis, followed by Supervisor Beckfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address a few comments that have been made in this discussion. The first one is that we don't make policy. I think that's completely wrong. I think the board makes policy. What we don't make is tactics, but the board is charged with setting policy. And I think that we leave it to managers to execute that policy with operational plans. So I think it's entirely appropriate to set policy. Secondly, that no other department is getting such scrutiny as far as their staffing. That is a question of magnitude. I believe the requests that are made for this department probably exceed all other departments combined. And so those other departments combined probably were passed through committee without exception. However, as process is structured, certain committees are supposed to review these recommended budgets, and if they feel that there are changes that need to be made, then they make them. And both finance and budget and human resources chose to make the recommendation for this particular one. So I think it's entirely appropriate, and I don't think that any department has been unfairly picked upon, for lack of a better term. You know, our responsibility as board members is certainly to look out for those people who are most vulnerable in our society. And I don't think anyone who has expressed support of this amendment feels anything other than support for those people who are most vulnerable. So that's our number one responsibility. I think that's without question. But our other responsibility is fiscal management. And if we are not questioning and challenging certain decisions through vigorous debate, then we're not doing our job. And so this is a healthy process. We should be debating this. And the fact that we have differing opinions is good. And ultimately, hopefully it will result in a decision that at least has been well debated and well considered. So that said, I agree with a number of people who on this have expressed that we're not canceling any positions. As part of our fiscal responsibility, we are saying, try the best you can to fill the existing positions, fill the new positions that are being authorized. And at any given time, if you have new data regarding the impact of filling both the current open positions and the new ones that are authorized, at any time, come back and show that it's warranted to go ahead and open other positions so that we can take the segregated funds and move quickly to do them. So I think this is a wise policy. It balances our responsibility to serve people and care for those who are vulnerable, and it also addresses our responsibility for fiscal responsibility. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Beckfield, followed by Supervisor Pagonis. I'm going to hold your turn until after Supervisor Gatlin has spoken. I want to do a first round here. So Supervisor Beckfield, followed by Supervisor Gatlin, followed by Supervisor Pagonis. Supervisor Beckfield? You're muted.
Thank you. Thank
There
you.
You are. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. Even saying passing this is not going against the hires. I've been the chair now for a number of years of the Human Resource Committee, and I have voted in favor of all 93 positions that have come in front of our position. I think that this is a fair pause. I think it makes sense. Also gives us an opportunity to look at those positions one more time and allows them to come back and say, this is what we need. I think it also puts a little pressure on filling the positions they already have open. So I'm in favor of this amendment, and I think it's not a no, it's a whoa, hang on, let's take a look at this. So that's where I'm at, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gatlin, followed by Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I obviously said what I didn't. I didn't say that we don't make policy. Two people have said that that's what I said. That was not what I meant to say. On an advisory committee and on this board, we do make policy. What we don't do is manage, and we are not professionals in the human services area. I wanted to clarify that. And then I just have one more comment also from serving on the HR Human Resources Department is on average, it takes about 90 days to recruit and get a new employee on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly address Supervisor Maury's comments. I agree with everything he said. I agree with he addressed child protection, and I think you all know that I work in that area. And I agree with his points that, we have an increase of methamphetamine use. We have an increase of children being removed from parents. We have an increase of children being put in kinship care. I agree we have a child protection crisis. However, none of the positions, as I read this and as the presentations have been made to me, they aren't about child protection. That's not part of the issue. When Assistant Director Schmidt spoke, he spoke about children's long-term care. I see new positions for children's long-term care. I agree. I think we need to do that. But this is not about child protection. And his comments, while I think that they were poignant, they were important, and I agree with all of them, I think it's a reflection of even the oversight committee is confused about what the department is doing. They're not hiring. There's one senior social worker filled in family services, but they're not hiring social workers in child protection. And I mean, there's staff there. There's been some turnover. There's been a lot of pregnancies. I get that. There's been some movement. But when we look at the 38 positions on the list, Child Protective Services is not among them. What's primary among them is comprehensive community services and children's long-term care. So, I'm sympathetic with the point of view, but it's, again, it just sort of appears to me that even the oversight committee is struggling with what the ask is. Thank you.
Thank you. For the second time, Supervisor DeLuca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if this amendment passes, and the Human Services decides they need a team for the long-term care because we have the highest number of waiting lists, can they simply redesign who they're going to hire, or are they still locked in to you hire who's on the bring off the bridge plan, you hire who's left in 2021, and then you get your 2022? Can they just reorganize and say, okay, we need this entire team to decrease this massive waiting list?
Since the question has to do with the amendment, I'm going to ask Supervisor Pagonis to respond.
Thank you. The amendment includes 3 social workers for children's long-term care. The ask is for 5 social workers and 1 supervisor for children's long-term care. So when the 3 are hired and there's an assessment, we need the other 2 social workers, it isn't intended to be a huge roadblock any more than any department coming through and asking for new staffing, right? So the department goes to human resources and says, okay, we've hired these 3, they're onboarded, we've been able to decrease our waiting list by 100, but we still have 47 and 10 more coming on. Let's bring on the other 2. It's not intended to be a massive roadblock. The point behind it is hire your vacancy list, hire the ones we're recommending to hire right away as quickly as you can, and then come back at any point. So it's not intended to be a massive roadblock any more than it is a pacing. And I think as a practical matter, it will be paced anyway, given the, I think it was Supervisor Gatlin says it takes 90 days to hire. So it's going to, the pacing is going to be built into a certain extent.
You're going to have to consider too that you have to get it on an agenda, you have to go through your committee. So you're looking at 2 months just doing that.
Thank you. Supervisor Mowry for the second time.
Okay. I'd like to respond to some of the comments that Supervisor Pagonis made regarding my confusion. I'm not confused. She seems to suggest that the families that we serve in human services
Supervisor Mowry, you would be out of order directing your comments to a person.
I'm responding to her comments.
You may refer to the previous speaker. We don't use names.
Well, she referred to my name.
Well, I missed it.
Okay.
But I'm telling you.
Well, a previous speaker suggested that I was confused and that the positions that were being put on layaway or hold were positions that did not serve in protective services. I would like to suggest that families that receive services from human services sometimes cross boundaries. And often they might be CCS patients as well as being in this protective services area. The 6 positions that's being requested for children long-term services, I don't understand why they're being put in this layaway condition. They're not causing any levy addition, 0% levy addition. They're paid for through other funds. The same is true for the CCS positions. I don't think it's a fair pause. I don't think it makes sense. I think that we have the highest percentage of children on the CLTS waiting list in the state, and we need to address that. These positions that are being proposed will bring us closer to being able to address that. The other idea is that somehow Human Services has grown huge just by requesting new positions. You have to keep in mind that we used to contract for many of these services with outside providers. CCS was brought in-house, and it's a revenue neutral, or at least a revenue generating, because we're able to bill Medicaid for the services for people who have Medicaid coverage. So it's actually a revenue generating operation, and it helps the Human Services budget. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Supervisor Bates, for the second time.
Thank you. Just a couple things in regard to what has not been discussed. And that is the county will forego over $1 million in state and federal aid designated for stabilizing services in our counties for our most vulnerable residents. Every dollar that we spend that is a county dollar actually produces $9 of state and federal funding. We always talk about unfunded mandates. These are funded mandates. These are positions, many of them, that are fully funded, as you saw in your budget book. I don't know why we would not take advantage of having them as soon as we can, and I would not consider it an advantage to be able to staff to the need as far as any of our programs are concerned, especially ones involving children and others that are needing mental health services. There's no question that our CCS clinic, our mental health clinic, is extremely, extremely needed in the community. And really and truly, we're taking much of the burden off our for-profit healthcare system by taking care of these individuals. And also it's a revenue generator for us. As we look for other ways to be able to augment our budget, provide services on the dollar that actually provides for that mandated service, why would we not want to take advantage of that? We have children that obviously we think about them as being needing services right now. What we don't realize in almost every one of our waiting lists, that's not an individual that stands alone. That the child's need, the adult's need, the mental health person's need impacts people that they live with, they work with, they go to school with. So it's not like you're just leaving one child on a waiting list and you're going to provide them with some of the things they need while they wait for the real service that brought them there to begin with. What about the moms, the dads, the brothers and sisters, the teachers, the other individuals that work with these kids? We forget about the impact that comes to them for the lack of these services. I find it interesting that they say we hired 93 people over the last 3 years. We also are right at the time when the baby boomers are leaving the workplace, which means we have more vacancies than usual. We're also starting the family care program, which has expanded, obviously, the need for employees in the department. But as we look at these numbers and we say, oh my gosh, they're hiring so many people, we have to remember we're replacing people also. People that are retiring and going home, and some of them just plain burned out. I hear them say, well, we're putting money aside and it's not going to be that difficult. But I remember back a few months ago when we were talking about taking people off the bridge plan and deciding whether or not it had to go back through human resources in order to do that. And whether or not there had to be other things that had to be accommodated before they came off the bridge plan. The bridge plan was the program that was supposed to be there in case you needed it. It's the same thing that we're now proposing. We're going to put it there in case you need it. Does it surprise you when you look at the numbers that we need it now? Should we not try to be doing everything we can to address the need that is in front of us? And if we don't, then what? The ramifications are huge because basically each one of these issues becomes more serious, more severe as they wait. You can give them food stamps, you can provide housing, you can do all sorts of other things. But if you don't address the major issue, it doesn't stop. It doesn't go away. It gets worse. So I think in looking at where we are as a county and what we've done as far as the area of human services, we've made a lot of changes. There isn't one department that hasn't benefited in some way or another, be it the treatment court or name it down the line. So let's keep us healthy. Let's try to indeed staff to the level that's honestly needed. And don't support this amendment to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilkie, I see your hand raised, but that would be your third term. So I'm not going to give you the floor at this point and call on Supervisor Chilson for his second term.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Are you sure that that'd be my third time?
Yes.
I believe so. I'm counting on my fingers here, but
no, I spoke once to this issue.
I just haven't speaking once so far.
That's correct. You only spoke once.
Okay, take me to the woodshed and back. That's okay.
No, I won't take you to the woodshed. We all make mistakes. I spoke once, and I promise that I'll be also brief.
Maybe it wasn't that you weren't brief, and I thought you spoke twice because of that. I'm joking. Okay. Supervisor Wilkie, followed by Supervisor Chilson, followed by Supervisor McKinney. And folks, we are probably going to have to draw this to a conclusion. Otherwise, we will go on all night. So
Schneider's wants in line for second turn as well.
Okay, well, let me finish my comment. I'm going to try to draw this to a conclusion fairly soon. So Supervisor Schneider, you will follow Supervisor McKinney. Wilkie, Chilson, McKinney, Schneider. And then I'm going to call the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me a second time, and I will be brief. I would just point out that we heard in our history in the past when we taught, and when many of us approved all those positions, that there will be zero on the levy. It's fully funded. Reminding you, 3.2 million over budget. We heard that. That was our history. That's just a fact. It's not picking on human services, but we've heard this story before, and I know how it ends. 3 years in a row, and it ended badly for us. I do have a question for the chair of Budget and Finance. Maybe I was confused about something. I thought I heard somebody say there are no levy dollars here. Well, what is that 128,000?
Excuse me, Supervisor Wilkie. All comments and questions are directed to the chair, and the chair will call on the person to answer.
Okay, well,
What is
would the chair find out the answer if there is levy dollars? Because I thought I heard it be said that there was not. I thought there was 128,000 we were earmarking for human services and only human services. What is that 128,000 then?
Supervisor Pagonis. I'm trying to cut down dialogue between members in the
I understand.
on the board to reduce confusion. Supervisor Pagonis.
Yeah, some of the positions, such as the JDC position, does have levy dollars tied to it.
Okay.
What I think the comment was intended to be is that the children's long-term care positions, some of the CCS positions, do not have specific levy dollars tied to it. So it's a mix. So overall, the department is asking for about 209,000 of levy dollars, and then the remaining amount for the changes and the 12 new positions are a combination of state and federal dollars plus a tad of levy in that.
Supervisor Wilkie.
That answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Chilson, followed by Supervisor McKinney, followed in the last position by Supervisor Schneider. Supervisor Chilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just had previously forgotten to lower my hand, so I did so, and I didn't want a second turn.
Oh, okay. Thank you for making that that clarification. Supervisor McKinney, followed by Supervisor Schneider.
Just a brief comment. When I was studying these amendments the last couple of days, I stumbled across this quote by Margaret Wheatley. There's no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. And that quote really resonated with me in relationship to how we're going to vote. And I just think the work that the Department of Human Service does after my 6 years of experience on that board is so important. And to me, it states what this community in Eau Claire really cares about supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chilson, I'm a little confused. Your hand is up again. Is that a request to speak? Oh, thank you. Okay. Supervisor McKinney. Oh, I'm sorry.
Spoke.
I'm sorry. Supervisor Schneider.
Mine's a question to our corporation counsel. Okay.
Directed to the chair. The chair will call on the person.
I have a legal question about the amendment. As people talked about the amendment, they said, oh, that Human Services could come back through when they'd hired some of the people and gotten some data to say, hey, we're halfway there, but we need more people desperately, and here's the data, kind of a thing. But the way I read the amendment said that all positions needed to be filled before Human Services came back to get these out of escrow. So could we get a reading from somewhere about what the amendment states?
I think that your question might best be directed to the chair of Budget and Finance, and we'll ask the Corporation Counsel to provide any guidance in regard to that. So, Supervisor Pagonis.
Yes, there's a current vacancy list that was provided to us that has 19 or 20 positions that are in some stage of being hired. And so the intent behind that statement was hiring the current vacancy list, and it's in varying stages of recruitment and hiring. And so my expectation is that that would occur very quickly. Most of the positions, the individuals are being, they're doing background checks, they're recruiting, they're interviewing, and some individuals have accepted the offer. So The expectation is that the vacancy list that was presented to us on September 29th is in some stage of hiring right now. And let's get that done. Let's hire these other 6.5 and let's move forward. It was not intended to preclude, especially as in children's long-term care, if 3 get hired, it does not intend to preclude moving a bunch of positions around on the bridge list before hiring the other 3 in children's long-term care. That was never the intent.
Thank you. Corporation Counsel, do you have any clarifying comment there?
The only clarifying comment I would have is you have to look at the language of the amendment. Number 2 of the amendment states place all other position requests and changes requested by the department on hold temporarily pending filling the current vacancy list. A reasonable explanation of that is that this is not denying the request for new positions, but it is only filling a portion that is indicated in number 1, and that the remainder would be on hold until brought back and considered by the Human Services Board, department, maybe potentially the Human Resources Committee. That's not defined by the amendment.
Thank you. I see no other requests to speak. At this point, we will move to a vote on amendment number 2. I'm going to ask the clerk again to read amendment number 2. And I would like the members to bear in mind that an affirmative vote, a yes vote, affirms the amendment as you hear it read or as you read it. Clerk McDonald, will you please read amendment number 2?
Amendment number 2, number 1, to create the following new positions for 2022. 3 social workers for children's long-term care, 1 supervisor for the Juvenile Detention Center, 1 youth services worker for the school district, 0.5 data specialist, a reduction from a current full-time, and 1 systems analyst. Number 2, place all other position requests and changes requested by the department on hold temporarily pending filing the current vacancy list. And number 3, place the levy request of $171,998 into a restricted contingency fund to be available when needed to complete position changes or additions.
Supervisors, we will now proceed to a vote. We will do this by roll call. Clerk McDonald, I request that my vote be taken last again. Please proceed with the roll call vote.
Gibson?
Yes.
McKinney?
No.
Knight?
No.
Pagonis?
Yes.
Anton?
No.
Zook?
Yes.
Chilson?
Yes.
Felges?
Yes.
Maury?
No.
Coffee?
No.
Bates?
No.
Russell?
No.
Gatlin?
No.
Hambuck Boyle?
No.
Neiman?
No.
Dunning?
No.
Wilkie?
Yes.
Anderson?
No.
Beckfield?
Yes.
Schneider?
No.
Leary?
Yes.
DeLuca?
No.
Jansen?
Not here.
Not present.
Schwaffnagel?
No.
Roberts?
Yes.
Christofferson?
No.
And Chair Snyder?
No.
So we have 9 yeses and 17 nos.
The amendment fails. We'll move on next to amendment number 3, offered by the Committee on Finance and Budget. Clerk McDonald, would you please read amendment number 3?
Chairman Smyer, can I speak in, please?
Supervisor Gibson.
Supervisor Gibson, yeah.
Are you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to make a request. I mean, you can call, but we've got 7 more amendments to go through, which we've already been into this for over 2 hours. I'm going to suggest that we move on to the reports of the standing committees and get them out of the way, because we do have 5 rezonings tonight. I know one was redrawn, and those, could take some time too. So if we do run into a lengthy evening, at least we can stop during the budget process. But I think we need to get those. I think we need to get those out of the way first.
We have 3 more amendments actually, because amendments. No, I'm sorry. We have 4 more to go. Well,
didn't we just finish Amendment 2, and we've got 9 on our agenda?
What I'm referring to is that 8 and 9 are duplicates from Committee on Human Resources. So we have 4 more to go. I take your point about the time. Is part of your point that it would be necessary to take those items up out of order because of the persons who are present to deal with it? I don't understand the request. Whatever we don't finish now, by 11 o'clock, which by county code we have to follow, we have to adjourn until the following day at 1 o'clock. So whatever we don't finish by 11 goes to 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, and that's my point. I am not going to be available tomorrow or Thursday because
I see. Okay. I missed that part. Thank you.
Being the chair of planning development, if we don't get through these tonight, it's going to fall back on the vice chair.
Who's the vice chair?
Supervisor Leary, and I'll be here, God willing.
Okay. I'm going to take that as Supervisor Leary volunteering to manage the item. Appreciate your concern, Supervisor Gibson. I think we can, with all deliberate speed, if we wish to move forward, we can accomplish everything tonight. Let's give it another hour and see where we stand, and then revisit your request, Supervisor Gibson. Is that okay?
Okay.
All
That's
right.
fine with me. I just was getting a little concerned here.
No, I understand. Thank you for the interruption. I'm sorry. Amendment number 3. Clerk McDonald.
Amendment number 3, number 1, to create 1 certified veteran service officer benefits specialist. Number 2, to fund the position from unspent funds returned to the general fund in 2021 in the approximate amount of $100,000.
Motion.
Pagonis moves.
I'm sorry, I heard 2 people. Again?
Well, Pagonis moves.
Supervisor Pagonis moves. Second?
Beckfield.
Beckfield seconds. Thank you. This is from Committee on Finance and Budget. So Supervisor Pagonis, background.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Veteran Services Office currently has 2 certified veteran service officers and 1 administrative staff. The administrative staff is not authorized to work on benefits with either the veterans themselves or with any of their family members. Currently, there's over 8% of veterans in the Eau Claire County population. So, we've been seeing some population numbers and talking about the growth of the county. Well, that includes veterans. This idea came up when I had asked the Augusta Senior Center individual, the director, if she would consider having a veteran services officer go to the Augusta Senior Center for the purposes of meeting with veterans who, for whatever reason, are unable to make it into the city of Eau Claire to meet. And she said, sure, absolutely, she would welcome that. She, I believe, had a discussion with Director Killen in the Veteran Services Office, and his response is, we would really like to do something like that, but we don't have the capacity. So between January and the end of September, they had close to 5,000 calls. The exact number was 4,760-ish. And telephone calls, emails, and office visits. And there are 2 individuals. And so it's a lot. There's a lot of mental health needs. He's been referring people out to a facility in Chippewa 2 days a week. There's 2 therapists from La Crosse who come up to meet with veterans in the office. But this is a position similar to the 2 positions that are there now, the 2 CVSOs who are there now, and that's to sign veterans up for benefits. It has to be a veteran who does that. There's no one else in the county who has the ability or the knowledge to sign veterans up for benefits. And so what this would do is just to increase the capacity by a pretty small amount, which is 1 individual. Of course, the question goes, well, why wouldn't Director Killen ask on his own? And his response to me was, wait a minute, I'm from the military. I've been told year after year to cut, cut, cut. I'm not going to come in and ask for another person when it's been made pretty clear to me that, you know, I'm not supposed to do that. And so I thought it was a valid response. And as one individual pointed out, he's essentially being punished for following the rules. So this is the funding for this. When I say to come out of the general fund, what I'm talking about is obviously fund balance. The unspent funds going into the general fund would need to come out of fund balance. And I think it's a very needed position. And keep in mind, given that there are only 2 individuals, if either one of them are sick, on vacation, have a sick family member at home, there's only 1 person in the office. And it's just not sustainable given the number of calls and walk-ins and emails that they have to deal with on a daily basis. So we're presenting this, the Committee on Finance and Budget completely agreed. I think I can also say that Committee on Human Resources completely agreed. It's a very necessary position. I think that Eric Killen would very much appreciate being able to recruit and hire another CVSO.
As a point of clarification, the request for the position originated in Budget and Finance, or with you?
Yeah, it originated with me bringing it up to the Committee on Finance and Budget, correct?
Okay. Questions or discussion? Questions or discussion? Third call.
Schneider with a comment.
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Schneider, please go ahead.
I think this is a great idea and it's much needed, but I'm a bit torn because of the way it came forward. I worry that when the departments have gone through lots of work together with the administrator to come to a conclusion about, okay, what can we all live with, more or less, and come up with something, and then something, no matter how good it is, comes from outside and says, oh, hey, here's one for you. I think the precedent is bad, although I think the position is a much needed position.
I can respond to that.
Hold on just a moment, please. Supervisor Gatlin, followed by Supervisor Mowry. I can come back at a later point to you, Supervisor Pagonis. Supervisor Gatlin, followed by Supervisor Maury, followed by Supervisor Wilkie. Let's try to keep this brief, folks, so we can move it along.
Thank you, Dr. Smyer. I will make it brief. I will support this amendment because I'm sure that this office could use another qualified, expert, educated person in that area to service veterans. However, I will point out that this is $100,000 for one position, and the other positions were put on the shelf totaling $171,000. And the point being is we wish to compare different departments when it works in our favor. So I will support this. And I do also agree with Dr. Schneider's comments about the unprecedented is not favorable. Thank you.
Supervisor Maury, followed by Supervisor Wilkie.
Yes, I'll support this as well. I have used the services of this office, and I found that the service to be very professional and helpful for veterans. My question is, what happens in the subsequent years? If it's coming out of the fund balance for 2022, will it be part of the Veteran Services Office budget in the next budget?
Well, I think that question could be directed to Director Killen, or it could be directed to the Committee on Finance and Budget. Let's hear, without objection, let's hear from Director Killen if he's online.
Yeah, thank you. I'm online. I'm not sure I can answer the future out years. I think that'd probably be more appropriate for the Committee on Finance and Budget on how that would be funded.
Okay. Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it would be funded. It would be part of their budget. They would have 3 positions. They are a department that is primarily levy-based. Right now it's about it's a $680,000 department about. If you're interested in looking at it, it's on page 399 of your budget book, and they've had the same 3 people for the last decade, and so they've had no movement despite the increase in the size. Could I address Supervisor Schneider's and Gatlin's precedence issue?
Well,
it'll take me 1-2 sentences.
No, that's okay. That's not why I'm hesitating. I think the question might be, if this is funded out of the general fund for this coming year, and it would continue beyond this coming year, how would it be funded? I think that's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I misspoke. Their total tax levy is $250,000, and yes, it would be tax levy. It would be their levy dollars. They don't have outside sources of funding, or not substantial ones.
Increase in tax levy allocation.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Maury.
Yes.
You asked the question. I think you asked the question.
That answers the question.
Thank you. Okay. Supervisor Gatlin, I think, is next. No, I'm sorry. Supervisor Wilkie.
I do want to point out that this was not setting precedents at all. First of all, this is not coming from Supervisor Pagonis solely. It's coming from Budget and Finance recommending a position. And I understand HR also reviewed it, and rightly so. So it can come in that way, either or, and both. Or it doesn't even set precedents that as the chairman gets to it down the line, if there were any amendments from the board floor by an individual member. It is not setting precedents. There has been times when a supervisor will bring forward a motion to create a position pending a second. And if the board votes for it, it can be done. So that is another way of getting positions through and requested. So certainly this one is not setting precedents, and even going an extra step, even if the Committee and Budget Finance did not bring this forward to you for your consideration, and HR, you as an individual board member could bring it forward. There's nothing setting a precedence by doing this. It is an issue that was pointed out that by using the fund balance, going to have to come up with levy funds next year to fund this position ongoing.
Thank you.
That's a problem. That's a challenge, but we are always faced with challenges.
The chair requests Supervisor Beckfield and Supervisor Leary, if you would, simply indicate, are you intending to speak in support?
Yes.
Yes, it's a no-brainer.
All right. Would it be acceptable to the members to proceed to the vote then?
I would like to just address the issue of precedent.
I apologize, Supervisor Pagonis. I forgot to come back to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when we say that the precedence is bad, it's unprecedented. I actually engaged in a pretty detailed conversation with Eric Killen about this. He was the one who sent me the data. This was very involved. We discussed this at great length. He was very supportive. So when we say that it's unprecedented, yes, it's coming out of the Committee on Finance and Budget, but it's not without complete agreement and support by the department itself. So I do not think it is unprecedented, and I don't think, as Supervisor says, I don't think it's bad, as she stated. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair is calling the question now. In the interest of time, we were hearing supportive comments, I think, across the board. So supervisors, we are about to vote on amendment number 3. Clerk McDonald, please read amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. Number 1, to create 1 certified veteran service officer benefits specialist, and 2, to fund the position from unspent funds returned to the general fund in 2021 in the approximate amount of $100,000.
Supervisors, we'll do this again by roll call vote. And again, my request is that my vote be taken last. Clerk McDonald.
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis,
Yes.
Anton,
No.
Zook,
Yes.
Filson,
Yes.
Felges,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Bates. Supervisor Bates?
You're
Yes.
muted.
Okay, yes. Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
Yes.
Hambuck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
Yeah.
Schneider,
Yes.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Strafnagel,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
Yes.
and Smyer.
Yes.
25 yeses, 1 no.
The amendment passes. Thank you. Amendment, losing my track here. Amendment number 4, Clerk McDonald.
Amendment number 4, to remove $115,200 of tax levy specifically attributed to the Alio contract, Alia? Contract from, is it Alia? A-L-I?
Aliyah.
Alia, contract from the Department of Human Services, ending the contract and ceasing services with Alia.
Motion.
Supervisor Wilkie moves.
Wilkie moves. Second.
Christofferson, second.
Christofferson seconds. explanation. Back to you, Supervisor Pagonis.
Chair Smyer, I think that this would be better coming from Supervisor Chilson.
Okay. Supervisor Chilson for background. Oh,
Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Supervisor.
We're going to have, excuse me, Supervisor Chilson, you're still breaking up. So I'm not sure what to do here. Are the rest
I'll
of you?
try it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll try it. And if it doesn't come through, then we'll go back to Supervisor Pagonis.
Okay.
This came out of finance and budget. I made this motion after much consideration. We have done business with this company over the last 3 years. Our presentation from them back in March of 2019 was that they were going to provide services for the county at no cost, is what their representative presented to the joint meeting between Human Services, Finance, and I believe Administration Committee. In that time, in 2019, we spent $68,000 with them. In 2019, it was 68,000. In 2020, it was 83,000. And through September 24th of this year, we've spent 121,000 with Aaliyah. I have made no bones about my feelings on this company. I really don't agree with the direction they pushed Eau Claire County. And I certainly don't like the outcome that we've had since we've been under their direction. So my attempt unfortunately, I was unable to get the exact amount from Director Cable in what they had budgeted for the 2022 year. So Supervisor Pagonis and I used numbers that we were able to access ourselves to formulate a amount of $115,200 as the best approximate guess that I can come up with that we will spend with Aaliyah. So that's what my motion was, that we remove the $115,000, in no way to penalize Human Services in any way other than to remove the amount of money that the department would be using to fund the contracted services of Aaliyah, which again, in my opinion, has not been in the best interest of the county. So that is the motion, the amendment that is before us tonight.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilkie.
As I've stated before, I strongly support the system change to strengthening families. I can't overemphasize that, and do commend the Human Services Board for their vision and the staff to make this move forward. I continue to maintain respect and knowledge and appreciation for the work that our line level staff are doing with our vulnerable population. However, I have repeatedly expressed that contracting with Aaliyah for professional development of management, leadership, and consultation to implement this system is not a good use of dollars. I don't believe they've been helpful in this matter. Now, I've been accused from time to time of being a maverick and going out there on my own and checking things. You betcha, it's true. I checked with Waupaca County. They are one of the 5 in the state of Wisconsin that did contract with Aaliyah. However, what happened there is that they have taken the action of discontinuing all contacts and contact with Aaliyah. Well, how did I find this out? Well, I just called a colleague down in Waupaca County, a supervisor, and asked him, what's your experience with them. Now, what happened is they had a number of closed meetings. Well, of course, can't share what happened in those closed meetings, but what can be shared was shared with me. They came out of the closed meetings. The Director of Human Services and the Deputy Director of Human Services resigned, and then they took the formal action of discontinuing contract with Aaliyah and having contact with him. Well, of course, my question that I followed with was, why? What's your experience? Because I'm having a problem finding out what are measurable outcomes of all the money that we're spending with Aaliyah. How's it working for you? Well, what I was told is that Aaliyah encourages leadership to spend, spend, spend. Don't worry about what you spend. Spend what it takes to try to help your client. They call it thinking out of the box. They get into literally huddles and think of ideas. Well, how can they spend money? And don't worry about your budget. That's what a supervisor told me. What kind of things were being spent down there? Well, Starbucks, movies. The one that really surprised me was when they spent $2,000 to $3,000 to take clients to a Bucks basketball game. I thought, holy cow, I hope that ain't happening in Eau Claire. I'm not real happy with the training, given the experience that we've had with the leadership training and consultation that has put us on a bus. And they used to, on their website, talk about join on the bus, okay, and get going. And if you don't jump on that bus, you're referred to as a lagger. Well, I'm a lagger. I don't want to jump on that bus and go off a fiscal cliff. Well, that's where we were headed. And then what happened? We had a pandemic. That kind of slowed things down here, at least a little bit. The other thing is the only other county that I was able to have contact with was through the media, Cass County. Now, I don't know that they've discontinued their contracts with Aaliyah, but I do know that they have what's called a commissioner set up, similar to 29 county board supervisors, but they're full time, so there's only 5 of them. And to quote a Commissioner Pawluk, Pawlk, in the media reports, question why such a critical report that they were getting if so much training is being done. Quote, with all of the training that is happening, referring to Aaliyah, it doesn't seem very effective. So at least in Cass County, they're also questioning it. Well, that made me want to think a little bit more about what our expenditures are. Now, some of them on the front end seem a little strange or questionable, but maybe some of them have good justification. I already brought up to you that in 2019, we spent $500,000 on horse therapy. Now, that's a lot of horse therapy, $500,000. I don't know if it was worth it or not. And it doesn't matter if it's federal, state, or local dollars. The fact of the matter is we're $3+ million over budget. And
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll have to save the rest for my next time on some other expenditures that I had. But anyway, I'm wondering if we're not falling into the same trap. And I would encourage you to vote for this amendment, and we could use the dollars far more productively. Thank you.
Thank you. Other question, comment, or discussion?
Schneider with a comment.
Supervisor Schneider.
If the intent of the amendment is not to punish human services, if we take away the 100,000 plus that's spent for this training on trauma-informed care and support for the frontline staff that are delivering the trauma-informed care, if we take away that money, that takes away the training, which I think ends up punishing the department and the clients. There are other ways to express concerns about a particular provider, whether it's a provider that does asphalt work or whether it's a provider that provides trauma-informed care supervision. That could go through the department, that could go to the county board, the county's administration to look into and work with the department head to see if there are other alternatives to provide this care. But the amendment says take away the money, and that's going to end up taking away the training and support that is needed.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Is there anyone else who, I'm sorry. Supervisor Pagonis.
I just want to respond briefly.
We have 4 or 5 hands up here.
Okay.
Supervisor Pagonis, yours was up first. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to respond briefly. Supervisor Schneider makes a good point, but the pointed questioning and responses from Director Cable were that they are no longer doing any training in the intensive permanent services. There are 2 social workers who are fully trained in, and that the program now was only for the wellness and support, which is all virtual. So she makes a point that there's not going to be any training. Any additional training was not part of the contract, would be treated as outside training the way any other outside training program would be. So what this, the way I interpret this amendment is that there would not be a contract with ALEA. And keep in mind, it's not part of contracted services, it's part of overhead. But we were assured from Director Cable that there are 2 social workers. Let's see, the contract read intensive permanent services, $8,333 per month was paid to ALEA, and 2 social workers are now trained as IPS workers. That's not continuing.
Thank you. Supervisor Chilson, you provided the background, so this is your first speaking turn. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to respond to a previous commenter. The comments were correct, and the analysis is a good one. And I guess I would have to agree with the comments that were made. I don't think there's any confusion about my attempts to get information from the department or in regard to this program. I've been quite clear on that for probably about 3 years. I've been asking numerous questions. I have referenced those questions back to the 2019 meeting on multiple occasions. And I even specifically at our last meeting attempted very diligently to get the amount that the department had budgeted with ALEA, because it would seem to me that if we're formulating a budget for the year, discussions would have taken place on what the department planned to spend. I unfortunately was not able to get that information. I asked multiple times and I couldn't get it. So the purpose of this amendment is to, I don't know if you want to use, I don't know if not right the wrong, but when I'm in a presentation and I specifically asked the person from the company presenting what is the cost to the county, and I am told to my face that there will be no cost to the county, and then in 2019, 2020, and 2021, I can dig out information that we spent 68 or 69,000, 83,000, and then 121,000. That doesn't sit well with me because that is not what was presented to me when we had this meeting, when we started contracting or started utilizing the services of ALEA. So what this amendment is a definite way for this county to no longer utilize the services of ALEA, who are obviously charging for something that was presented to us as a no cost to the county.
Thank you. Supervisor Bates, followed by Supervisor Anton.
Thank you. There seems to be a misconception about what the agreement was originally with ALEA, when there were a number of counties that actually were what you might call pilot counties that were starting family care. ALEA offered to explain really what the program was about and to talk about what would be necessary to implement it. The Family First Act, federal law, requires training. In fact, it has a timeline on the calendar that indicates what kind of training the department is going to be responsible for. And it includes everything from personnel, they have a plethora of educational opportunities. The particular part of family care talks first about the ability for your staff to be able to understand the kind of services that would have to be rendered under family care. And then talks about also compliance. Not only do you have to give the service, but you have to have certain personnel with certain abilities to be able to provide those services. And so compliance of the program is also another training opportunity, because if you're not compliant, there's consequences for that particular issue. To say that they were going to go from that initial introduction to what they could offer in services, a spectrum of services, to go into actually providing the services are two completely separate things. When we got into where the contract was issued for the services that we had to have by federal law, then obviously we weren't going to get those free, and there was no misunderstanding, I don't believe, on the part of the Human Services Board when indeed that training began. When we look at numbers of 90,000 or 60,000, so forth, we have to look also at what do presentations of this kind cost elsewhere. That isn't really my major concern with this. My major concern is it's a slippery slope to have people on the county board doing what the director's job is. The director was following the federal law to actually provide the training required by that law. When the Finance Committee comes forward, or any member thereof, and determines that you're not able to contract with that agency anymore, what will be the next agency? What will be the next contract that you don't like the provider, that you've heard something bad from another individual? What will be the next contract then? This is a slippery slope. I would recommend that we not pass this amendment, that we think carefully about the difference between policy setters and micromanagement. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I ask Supervisors Pagonis, Chilson, and Bates to lower your hands. Thank you. Supervisor Anton, followed by Supervisor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. I have two questions. One, is there a charge to us for the related to closing the contract? And two, how did we evaluate this service, that is cost benefit, compared with what we had prior to Aaliyah that suggested to us this was a good idea? And what will we be doing down the road with this being, if we do drop it out?
I think that question is best directed to Supervisor Bates.
Thank you. I will try. I'll try and remember the questions in order here. As far as you file reports with the federal government when the training is finished. So you have to indicate that your employees have had the training, that you have completed that part of it. I'm not sure what that report honestly entails. I do know that the individuals that made the switch from how we were doing foster care to switching over to family care to actually holistic family services, obviously we're very grateful, most of them, for having that opportunity. It gives them a leg up, especially some of our young social workers. Now, tell me again, what was the next question?
Is there a closing cost for
I'm not
completing?
aware of any closing costs, and perhaps someone from the Human Services lead team could tell me that.
Supervisor Anton, are you asking a question about the penalty for early closure of a contract?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Chair Smyer, this is Corporation Counsel Tim Sullivan.
Please go ahead.
I do have the contract, the purchase of service contract in front of me, the most current one. This is a document that runs through the period of April 1st of 2020 through April 30th of 2021. I do not know if there was another one that was executed post that. This is what was provided to me when I requested the contract from the Department of Human Services. It is a standard purchase of service contract that Department of Human Services uses when they enter into contract to purchase services. And I would note that the Department of Human Services under Chapter 46 and our code has the authority to enter into contracts. And the Department of Human Services Board is a policymaking board with regards to the services provided by the department, potentially independent of the county board. But in any event, the termination of the contract language of the standard contract indicates as a 30-day written notice. Upon termination, the purchaser's liability may be limited to the payments under the terms of this contract for services provided by provider up to the date of termination. So that would mean that we would have a liability of payment of up to the date of termination. The contract that was entered into April 1st, 2020 through April 30th of 2021 was for consulting, training, and technical assistance services. And the rate was $9,692 per month with a maximum amount of $126,000.
Supervisor Anton?
Yes, that answers that question. The first one, we were one of several counties that utilized this service. Do we know what the other counties did that were satisfactorily handling their responsibilities for training?
May I answer that?
Thank you.
I think the person best qualified would be Supervisor Bates. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have not heard of any particular county that had an issue with their training. They have a nationwide reputation. I think if that were an ongoing issue, that obviously they wouldn't be contracted with. I do think that in a follow through, as far as the individual that they got their information from down in Waupaca County, it was my understanding that that was more of an issue in the way the county itself determined to use the program than it was about the training. There was a difference of opinion between two individuals as to how the program should be run, and that was more of an issue than the training.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Roberts, followed by Supervisor Maury.
Thank you, Chair Smyer. One of the questions that I had here has already been answered as to how often this contract is renewed. So that appears to be an annual renewal. And what I'm wondering on top of that is how often, I mean, are we taking bids for this? Or what does this process look like? Because I used to work in purchasing, and I know that it's really easy to fall into the trap where you don't take new bids from competitive offers. And so that's kind of a pitfall within the purchasing world that is commonplace.
That question,
So
Mike, does. Sorry.
I think Tim Sullivan would answer what the procedure.
Excuse me. We'll direct the question to the Corporation Counsel.
Well, I don't really know that it goes to the amendment here.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. So what I'm driving at here is if we drop it.
I understand what you're driving at.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the amendment is essentially to remove $115,000 from the tax levy and end the contract with Aaliyah. You're asking about what the bidding procedure is. The bidding procedure is not related to the amendment.
I would beg to differ, but if that's going to be the answer, I guess that's going to be the answer.
I think that is the answer because it's not to the issue at hand. Supervisor Maury, you're muted.
Referring to my notes from a discussion that the Human Services Board had on July 26, 2021. And the original relationship with Aaliyah was a cohort of counties that worked together. There was a grant, and that particular project was no cost to the county except for staff time and travel. Somebody asked about the results. The funds, I think that again, we were one agency among who received grant dollars of over $63,000 to support the work. The funds supported 51 families. Data from the grant supported the following outcomes. 80% of the families stayed together. 14 families were reunited. 27 removals of children were prevented. Over the cohort, the first year involvement, residential placements dropped by 40%. And then there was results from the second year as well. Again, 48% decrease in total number of youth in care, 59% decrease in number of youth in residential care, 58% decrease in removals. And so that has happened over the 2 years of that cohort work. Subsequent to that, there was another engagement with Aaliyah for intensive permanency services because the county was working with a number of youth who were in placement for a very long time, and there were significant challenges to achieving permanency. So the county engaged with the Evidence-Based Service Program, IPS, with Aaliyah as a provider. There was also work to get a grant, and Aaliyah assisted getting a grant from Otto Bremer to help with covering the cost for the 2 years of the IPS program service. Outcomes for that, youth who were fully completed in the service, 100% permanency. 87.5% of youth reported an increase of connections as measured by the Youth Connection Scale. And a total of 19 youth are currently receiving IPS services and are in different phases of service. 64% have moved to a less restricted placement, 50% moved to placements with a relative, 50% were connected to a permanent resource. And then the final engagement was with workforce well-being, and that was especially important during COVID. And the groups are voluntary and they provide space for staff to process. And the pre and post assessments have been positive. And there are even comments here in terms of staff feedback, but it all translated to an improved work environment, better outcomes for staff, and better outcomes for those who we serve. And then, so the work with ALEA has helped the agency or helped Human Services Department to better meet the needs of the community and to be well prepared for the federal Family First legislation and the state initiatives to serve youth and children in their homes and communities, as Supervisor Bates pointed out earlier.
Thank you. For what I believe is the second time, Supervisor Wilkie.
You are right this time, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. It is my second speaking time. And again, I would reiterate ALEA's philosophy. It promotes spend, 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 forget about the budget. They, in fact, told us that at our joint meeting that we were talked about before, with the 4 committees got together. They said, you're going to go 3 to 5 years over budget. And of course, our response back to them was, no, we've got to stay within the parameters of our budget. Well, the response back we got was millions over, millions over, millions over, 3 years in a row. So they were right, and the mitigation didn't happen like we pushed for. Now, my point has been trying to determine if we were like Wapaka County. And by the way, in answer to the other thing, we're not closing a current contract. We're talking about 2022. I'm hoping that we don't enter into any more contracts with them. I had to do an open meetings request to finally get this information. I've been trying for a year and a half because I'm tired of hearing rumors, okay? I just want the truth. Maybe the truth is okay. Maybe some of these purchases, folks like you are going to agree. It's okay for these purchases and there's justification for it. You know about the horse therapy, you know about the yoga in terms of $300,000 in a year that we went 3-point-some million over. You didn't know about taking an individual for a skydiving simulator to Mall America and the cost of that. You didn't know about body massages that are done for clients. And maybe some of these things can be clearly justified, but let's get them on the table that they're happening. Payment of clients' traffic violations, DMV, with levy dollars.
Point of order, point
The
of order.
answer to
Supervisor.
that is yes, and this is what ALEA
agreement?
promotes.
Just a moment, please. We have a point. What is your point of order?
Didn't feel the conversation was pointed towards the amendment.
I'm sorry, is that Supervisor Gatlin? I thought it was Supervisor Bates.
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Gatlin here.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What is your point of order?
I didn't think that it was, what we were hearing was speaking to the amendment.
Speaking to the amendment, Mr. Chairman, ALEA promotes spend. I'm giving examples of what we have spent.
The chair is going to grant the point of order and ask you to move on in your comment.
Well, at least I got them out to you folks, okay? However you vote on this, I will respect your decision, but you have a right to decide if ALEA has served our community well. It has not served Wapaka well. Cass County now is questioning it. We're the only county left in Wisconsin that's contracting, at least according to their website. They just recently changed it. Now they're kind of moving it towards Florida direction. But anyway, whatever you vote, fine. I'm just pleased you have an opportunity as board members to decide if tax dollars from our citizens are being wisely spent by contracting with ALEA. And I thank you for all your time.
Okay, thank you. For the second time, Supervisor Bates.
Thank you. I would remind board members to please carefully consider the report that was given by Supervisor Mowry indicating the results of our interaction with these programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's vote.
I see no other hands raised. Am I missing anything here? Okay. Supervisors, we will now come to vote on, sure I have the right one here. On amendment number 4, Clerk McDonald.
Amendment number 4, remove $115,200 of tax levy specifically attributed to the ALEA contract from the Department of Human Services, ending the contract and ceasing services with ALEA.
We will do this by roll call vote also. Clerk McDonald.
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
No.
Knight,
No.
Pagonis,
Yes.
Anton,
Yes.
Zook,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Stelgis,
Yes.
Maury,
Oh,
no, is that a no?
that's
That
a
was a
no.
no.
Coffee,
No.
Bates,
You're muted.
Muted.
Supervisor Bates,
No.
Russell,
No.
Gatlin,
No.
Hambuck Boyle,
No.
Neiman,
No.
Dunning,
No.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
No.
Beckfield,
Yes.
Schneider,
No.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
No.
Rothnagel,
No.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
No.
and Smyer.
No.
10 yeses and 16 nos.
The amendment fails. Amendment number 5 from the Committee on Finance and Budget. Clerk McDonald.
Amendment 5, to continue to fund the health savings account at current levels utilizing savings from DHS of $115,200 plus an additional $35,000 from the wage matrix restructuring.
Motion.
I have
I'm
a
back there.
question, Mr. Smyer or Chair Smyer.
Who's
Since the last amendment did not pass, and since the wording on this was predicated on that passing, is it still in order?
Good question.
I'm sorry, is what still in order?
Amendment as it's written still in order because, well, it's saying the money not used for the ALEA contract, $115,200, which that one just failed. So this amendment isn't valid anymore.
It's moot.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. Can someone help me to understand the point here?
The question goes
They're
to
funding it
funding.
by
The question
something
goes-
that doesn't exist.
The question goes to the funding, so it would require an amendment of the amendment to modify funding the health services account, health savings account.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I think I have it now. I think I
Chair
need,
Smyer, are we going to take Supervisor Gibson's request to get going on those things?
we will in a moment. I think we can handle this one fairly quickly. My apologies. I was confusing two of the amendments there.
Mr. Chairman, if I may suggest, if we get it
Supervisor.
on the floor, then I understand the point that's being made. As it is, it may not be able to be passed or could pass, but I think highly unlikely given the prior vote, but I would be prepared to offer an amendment to the amendment so that we could vote on the HS savings account amendment.
Okay.
I'll move the question then.
I would
The
second it,
amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Stop.
There's not a first and a second yet,
stop.
Chair Smyer.
The Corp Counsel, please stop for a moment, okay?
Sure.
We have an amendment on the floor. It's been moved and seconded.
No, it is not.
No, it isn't.
Chair Smyer, it has not been moved and
I
seconded.
thought we moved and seconded. Sorry.
No.
Beckfield moves.
But too late. Too late. Too late. Okay, I will back up there. But in that mix, Supervisor Leary said move the question, and that will complicate matters. So I'm going to back up with your patience on this. Back up. We can choose to bring it onto the floor and then amend it if that's the will of the assembly. So does someone wish to move this?
I would make the motion, Mr. Chair, to move it and bring it to the floor to be amended.
You don't have to say that. You simply move it.
Okay.
Jilson will second.
Jilson seconds. It is now on the floor.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, given our previous vote, may I speak? I should get your permission first.
Well,
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay. Supervisor Wilkie, go ahead. Supervisor Bates has her hand raised also, so.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was a mistake. Okay. Supervisor Wilkie, go ahead.
Okay, given our previous vote, unfortunately, I would move to amend the amendment by striking the 115,200 and then strike plus and the word and additional, and striking 35,000 and inserting $150,200.
Okay, that is an amendment. That is a motion. Is there a second for that amendment?
Pagonis moves. Or seconds.
Thank you. Pagonis seconds. Explanation. Supervisor Wilkie, we'll come back to you to clarify this.
Well, on the amendment, I'm speaking only to the amendment.
Yes, please.
And then I suspect you'll have the chair speak to the overall amendment if we get to that. The amendment undo what the original intent was. There was the hope that $115,200 would be used from the ALEA contract to fund the health savings account. Given the fact of your previous vote, we're taking it all out of the matrix restructuring. That there is $650,000 set aside to address whatever the matrix restructuring comes up with. So instead of taking only 35,000 out of there, we're taking the balance out of there. That's where the money's coming from. Speaking only to the amendment, not why we're doing what we're doing.
Thank you for clarifying that. Supervisor Dunning, are you speaking to the amendment?
Wondering where the money was coming from.
I think that question was answered. Yes. Supervisor Neiman, are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, I have a question. The amendment, part of that paragraph before the amounts of money that were struck out, is the wording not utilized by the Department of Human Services. Does that also need to be struck?
Yes.
Yes.
My apologies. Missed that.
Thank you. So Supervisor Wilkie accepts the correction, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Neiman. Okay, I see no other hands raised in regard to the amendment. We will do this on a voice vote, just for expedience here. All those in favor of the amendment as stated, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay.
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 The chair rules that the ayes have it. So we are back to the amended amendment. I'm losing track of hands here. Supervisor Leary, are you speaking to the amended amendment?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
The amendment was this whole subject of a high deductible for all of our employees, which I consider $5,000 per family to be a high deductible. We thought it was raising it a little bit too much for many of our workers. So the idea here is to apply the money that is now coming from the Matrix restructuring fund to assist our employees so that they don't have quite as high a deductible for the health insurance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other hands raised. Supervisors,
Could you repeat the amended amendment?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Smyer, I thought you were going to call on me. This is Supervisor Pagonis. I just raised my hand.
Well, I just saw it. Sorry, I didn't realize that you were in line to speak. So, Supervisor Pagonis, are you speaking to the amended amendment?
I am speaking to the amended amendment. Yes.
Please go ahead.
So just piggybacking on what Supervisor Leary said. Last year, County Administrator wanted to reduce the health savings accounts by 50%. Committee on Finance and Budget felt this was too steep. It was really a punishment for many of the employees who rely on the health savings account. So it was reduced last year by 25%. County Administrator wanted to reduce again by the second 25%, and the Committee on Finance and Budget again felt it was too steep. With regard to the matrix, I'm sure all of you found this, but on page 4, there's a reference to taking $700,000 specifically of sales tax dollars to reevaluate the salaries and where they fit in on the step matrix. If you missed it on that page, you will find it again in the 8-point font, maybe 6-point font on page 26. I think that the matrix, the whole issue of the matrix is substantially buried in this budget, but it's all sales tax dollars. As I understand Supervisor Wilkie's amendment and the intent of the Committee on Finance and Budget, it's so that we do not reduce the health savings account for the employees that would be affected by this. And given that we're looking at a $700,000 HR reevaluation, rather than use that, to use 150,000 of it so that we don't eliminate the remainder, well, another 25% of the HSA.
Thank you. Supervisor Coffey.
Thank you. My question is there a balance in this account, health savings account at this point? How many people have used that health savings account in the past? Is there someone who could answer that?
I believe it's individualized. It's given to each employee who exercise. There are 2 different types of health insurance, and so some of the high deductibles, and so it's given to the individuals. And so whether they use it for their deductibles or use it to go skiing in Aspen, we don't know.
Supervisor Coffey.
So everyone, every employee gets this money. Am I understanding that correctly? And
No.
so, okay.
No,
help me.
it depends on, I could read you my notes. It depends on, there are two different health insurance plans, and it depends on which plan the employee uses. And it's basically intended to defray the cost of the higher deductible.
So if you choose the higher deductible, then we're helping those people out who are making that decision. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, the higher deductible is $6,000. The cost of the employee is $2,000. And so I'm looking at my notes, and the HSA is $750. So we're helping out, but we're not substantially helping out. It's still a pretty hefty amount that is the deductible.
This is Corporation Counsel Tim Sullivan. Just for information purposes, HSAs by federal tax law have to be used for healthcare purposes. You can't just spend it to go skiing in Aspen, as Supervisor Pagona suggested.
I didn't hear the suggestion to go skiing, but
well,
we'll accept the comment.
theoretically, you can't use it to go skiing in Aspen.
Okay, we'll accept that theoretical response.
Or skydiving.
Supervisor Beckfield.
For someone who has an HSA, quite frankly, it's a great benefit. The benefit was sold to the employees as the deductibles went up. They said, well, you can put money away and therefore you'll be able to bring your, net cost. This was a selling feature to the employees a few years ago because we were doing this. Now we're taking that away. So the benefit's getting worse for the employee. And I totally disagree with cutting back on the HSA because, for example, I was able to retire a few years earlier paying my COBRA tax-free, pre-tax dollars are paid for because like most of us in this room now, we'll be 65 and are getting our health insurance somehow. This is a benefit that, quite frankly, I'm not sure how many employees are using it. All of them should, but I don't support reducing the benefits to our employees, which we're already having problems bringing people in and keeping them and retaining them. I don't like this one at all. Done.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Gatlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too don't want to see benefits taken away from our employees. However, I feel there's lack of transparency in administration when they can just say, we don't have the budget to pay you higher wages to offset your high deductible plan. So you at least come up with a net zero when you have to pay your health insurance premium. And I think we do need some type of, it's identified here in the pages that Supervisor Pagonis mentioned, the matrix restructuring. I think that's going to be an important thing to get started on what we have been talking about for so many
Excuse me, Supervisor.
budget cycles.
Supervisor Gatlin. Supervisor Gatlin, excuse me. You're not speaking to the amended amendment.
Okay. Yeah, I am struggling with supporting it or not supporting it because it's kind of a catch-22.
Thank you. That's
Thank
clear.
you.
I see no other hands raised. I'm going to ask, I'm coming to you, Supervisor Wilkie. I'm coming to you. I'm requesting that Supervisor Wilkie restate the amended amendment for clarity's sake.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Do you want me to read the whole thing with it?
I want you to read the amended amendment, and I'm asking the clerk to record this so we know exactly what we're voting on. Go ahead.
Okay, take it slowly here. Health savings account. To continue to fund the health savings account at the current level, the cost for this is approximately $150,000. According to the Human Resources Department, over 70% of the employees are enrolled in the county's health insurance policy. The policy has a high deductible to keep the costs.
Excuse me, Supervisor Wilkie, you're reading background information.
Okay.
What we're looking for is the amended amendment, the motion we're voting on.
Well, I'm going to need some help there, I guess.
I can read that. I think it should be.
Okay, Clerk McDonald, give it a shot.
Okay. The amended amendment would read to continue to fund the health savings account at current levels. Sorry.
I can help you. I can help you. Utilizing $150,000 from the wage matrix restructuring.
Supervisor Wilkie, is that your understanding?
Thank you, Supervisor Pagonis.
I think it was 150,200.
200, yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
you're right. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure that everybody knows exactly what we're voting on here. Did everyone understand that and hear that?
Aye.
Yes? Kind of wave at me. All right. Thank you. No, you can take your hands down, but so you have the amended amendment in front of you for vote. Clerk McDonald, will you do a roll call vote on this, please?
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis, Anton,
Yes.
Zook,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Delgis,
Yes.
Maury,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
Yes.
Hambuck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
Yep.
Schneider,
No.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Schroffnagel, Supervisor Schroffnagel,
Yes, sorry, I didn't unmute.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
Yes.
and Smyer.
Yes. Thank you. The motion passes. I'm going to take a moment pause here to consider Supervisor Gibson's request. We have a half hour remaining. We will not be able to accomplish all of the budget items, and I believe we wouldn't be able to accomplish all of the P&D items in the remaining half hour. So I think we're going to have to make a choice here. Supervisor Gibson, would it be acceptable to you to put those items over to the 1 o'clock meeting tomorrow, recognizing the fact that it would be Supervisor Leary handling it?
I will leave that up to Supervisor Leary if she wants
Well,
to take that on.
Supervisor Leary was going to suggest Supervisor Gibson does a much better job, I think. So why don't we just get through as many as we can, and I'll be happy to take up any tomorrow and
Okay. All right.
follow up tomorrow. Thank you.
The chair has decided we're going to disrupt the order of our agenda at this moment, and we will pick up under item 11 on our agenda, beginning with file number 52 from the Committee on Planning and Development. Clerk McDonald. File 52.
So we'll start with Amendment 6 tomorrow?
Yes.
All right.
File number 52.
Chair Smyer?
Yes, sir.
The next item is 212265, which is second reading of authorizing a part-time fiscal associate position in the sheriff's office.
No, I'm
skipping
skipping over that, Corp Counsel.
No, it's also on the agenda. It's listed 3 places. It's listed as amendment number 6, amendment number 9, and as an agenda item, 21-22-065.
That's true.
Oh,
I see what you're saying. Amendment number 9 is a repeat, and I'm assuming that the Committee on Human Resources would grant the point that we've already taken care of what we're calling amendment number 9. When we do number 6, sorry. Is that
that
correct?
is correct.
Okay, thank you. In regard to your point about file number 65, I believe that we can move to the Committee on Planning and Development items in the agenda. I'm adjusting the agenda. Is that a problem?
Not with me. I'm just telling you what was next on the agenda.
Okay. All right, the chair has just decided we're going to disrupt the order of our agenda and pick up file 52. Clerk McDonald.
An ordinance amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Union.
Motion.
So moved.
Seconds.
Who moved? I couldn't catch the voice. Oh, Bates moved, Dunning seconds. Thank you. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson.
Yeah, this is a rezoning of 1.29 acres from A1 to RH, Rue Homes. The purpose is to divide the existing residence and 19 acres from A1 agriculture to A2. Eau Claire County and the Town of Union's future land maps both include the properties as RR planning areas. The staff's recommendations was the staff finds that the proposed rezoning request conforms with the Eau Claire Comprehensive Plan, and the Comprehensive Plan recognizes that the proposed RH and A2 zoning districts are consistent with the mapped future land use designation. The Town of Union voted 3-0 in favor. Committee of Planning and Development held our required public hearing, and we voted 4-1 in favor.
I'm sorry, did you say 4-1?
4-1 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Beckfield, I see your hand raised. Is this to this issue? Okay, thank you for taking your hand down. Are there any questions or comments? Supervisors, I believe we can do this by voice vote. All those in favor of file 52, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay.
Nay.
It is 1 nay, the motion passes. File 56.
No, they're not doing that.
Oh,
Sorry?
I thought
You have
that one
file-
was removed.
No, the removed one, I believe, is file 61. Is that
No.
correct?
Okay.
No.
No?
It was 61. That's removed.
61 has been removed.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought. So
56.
file
Sorry.
56 is next.
An ordinance amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Washington.
Motion.
Beckfield.
Beckfield moves.
Gatlin second.
Gatlin seconds. Thank you. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson.
Okay, this is to rezone 7.1 acres from A2 to RH for the purpose of dividing the property into 2 lots to build an additional single home, detached residence. The land use plans, Eau Claire County and the Town of Washington future land use maps both include the property in the RR planning areas. Staff conclusions and their recommendations were the staff that finds the proposed rezoning is substantially conforms with the Eau Claire County Comprehensive Plan, and the Comprehensive Plan recognizes that the proposed RH zoning district is consistent within the mapped future land use designation. The Town of Washington voted 4-0 approval, and Eau Claire County's Planning and Development Committee, we conducted our public hearing, and we voted 4 in favor and 1 against.
Okay, questions, comments? I see none. All those in favor of file 56, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay.
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 I hear two nays. The chair concludes that the item passes. File 57.
An ordinance amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Brunswick.
Motion.
Motion by Zook.
Zook moves.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was second?
Chilson.
Chilson seconds. Thank you. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson, once more.
This was to rezone 9 acres from AP to A2, dividing the existing farmstead and the adjacent land to be used as a hobby farm. Land use plans, Eau Claire County future land use maps include the property in our rural lands planning area, and the town of Brunswick's future land map includes the property also in the rural preservation planning area. Staff's conclusions and recommendations. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning request substantially conforms with the Eau Claire Comprehensive Plan, and the Comprehensive Plan recognizes that the proposed A2 zoning district is consistent with the mapped future land use designation. The town of Brunswick voted 3-0 in favor. Eau Claire County Planning and Development, we conducted our public hearing and we voted 5 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Questions or comments? Supervisors, I assume you're prepared to vote on file 57. Sorry?
Off.
Was someone making a comment?
I coughed.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We're voting on file 57. All those in favor of file 57, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, sorry, all those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. We'll pass now over file 61, which is we put over to the December 7 meeting, and come back to file 62.
An ordinance amending the 1982 official zoning district boundary map for the town of Washington.
Motion.
Backfield moves.
Beckfield moves.
Gatlin second.
Gatlin seconds. Thank you. Explanation, Supervisor Gibson.
Okay, this one's to rezone 20.5 acres of land from AP to the A3 agriculture district. Land use plans, Eau Claire County's and town of Washington's future land use maps both include the properties in rural lands. The staff's conclusions and their recommendations were that the staff finds the proposed rezoning request substantially conforms with the Eau Claire County Comprehensive Plan. The Comprehensive Plan recognizes that the proposed A3 zoning district is consistent within the map future land designations. The town of Washington held their public hearing and voted 4-0 in favor. Eau Claire County's Planning and Development, we conducted our public hearing and we voted 5-0 in favor.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Supervisor Pagonis.
Yes, I just have a question. Is if a parcel is zoned agricultural preservation, is the owner precluded from renting it out to another local farmer? Isn't it basically the same effect?
Supervisor Gibson.
Well, whoever, I mean, irregardless of what the zoning district is, they can still rent that land out. So like on A3, if they built a house on there on, let's say an acre, whatever they're going to do, they can still let the rest of it be farmed.
But why does it need to go from agricultural preservation to an A3?
So that they can put the resident on it.
Oh, okay. So they couldn't have otherwise. I get it.
No, otherwise they cannot build that residence on that parcel.
Okay. Okay, that explains it. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Christofferson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just didn't see on this fact sheet whether there was any correspondence received in opposition.
Clerk McDonald?
At our public hearing, as far as plan development, I don't think there was any opposition on this one.
There wasn't.
Was that your question, Supervisor Christopherson?
My question, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question or comment? Supervisors, we're now voting on file 62. All those in favor of file 62, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed by nay. It is unanimous. Thank you. Supervisor Gibson, we have concluded your portion of the business.
All right. I bet you Robin's happy.
Yes, she is. Thank you. I told you he was good at that.
Well, the chair will find something for Supervisor Leary to do to keep her busy.
Chair Smyer, this is Tim Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just wondering if I could offer a suggestion here.
Yeah,
It
please
occurs
do.
to me that 21-22-065 is the same as amendment number 9 and number 6. And the number 7 and number 8 of the amendments have effectively already been taken care of previously by the prior amendments. File number 21-22-065 is actually a first reading, not a second reading. What I would suggest, and of course the board would have to go along with that, is if the board would vote to suspend the rules on 21-22-065 and then vote on it as a second reading, that would effectively take, and then they would agree to remove amendment number 6 and 9 and also 7 and 8 because they would have all been effectively taken care of as a result of prior action and the action of voting on 21-22-065. That would effectively conclude the agenda with the exception of the appointments.
Well, except we got to vote on the budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Plus you have to vote on the budget. That's correct. You are correct.
It's my understanding that 21-22-065 is for the current year. And the amendment applies to the budget, which is for that position in the next year.
And also to begin in Q4 of 2021, if you read 9 and number 6. The last
So
part
the
of both of
amendments.
those.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So the amendments are for now.
That's the point. Corp Counsel, can we put an amendment in our budget that applies to the current year when we're talking about the next budget year?
No.
I don't think we can do that.
No, it would require a 2/3 vote. It would muck things up. The resolution, you're correct, Chair Smyer. The resolution for the part-time individual in the sheriff's office has to do with Katrina Ronaldo being placed into the office manager position. She previously had this function, and so it's to replace it. It's replace that function. It has to do with managing grants that the sheriff's department gets. So, they need someone in the position for the remainder of 2021, and they need the position to come before the county board for 2022.
That was my assumption. Thank you. So, Corp Counsel.
Very well, then I'll withdraw my comments.
Thank you for your attempt to help us. Supervisor Schneider, were you speaking? Was that you?
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay. Well, folks, we have 15 minutes. Corp Counsel, are we required by county code to end at 11 o'clock, or may we choose to go past that?
Choose to.
Yeah, I think you would have to take a vote to go past that is what you would have to do.
Yeah.
But right now, as the code stands, you would need to end at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
You would need to suspend the rules.
Okay. At the risk of having, well, you can't throw things at me, but making faces at me, the chair would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to permit us to continue past 11 p.m. Would that be sufficient?
Well, no.
It's a bad idea.
It's, I
Well, then
would
you
move
defeat
that
it.
we,
Sorry, Supervisor Leary, go ahead.
I would move that we extend the meeting to 11:15 PM, so 15 minutes extension.
We have a motion to suspend the rules. Is there
I
a
would
second?
Gatlin would second that.
Gatlin seconds. This is not going to be up for discussion. The chair will take a voice vote. All those in favor of
Chair,
extend?
Chair
Yes, sir.
Smeyer, suspending the rules takes a roll call vote and it takes 2/3.
Thank you. He's just making my job very difficult, Corp Counsel. That's okay.
I apologize.
That's why I make the big bucks, okay?
Let's go. Let's go.
Clerk McDonald.
All right. Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis,
No.
Anton,
No.
Zook,
No.
Chilson,
Yes.
Stelgis,
No.
Mallory,
Yes.
Coffee,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
Yes.
Smyer,
Yes.
Hambuck Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
No.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
No.
Anderson,
No.
Beckfield,
No.
Schneider,
No.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Ralphnagel,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson.
Yes.
17-9, 17 yeses, 9 nos.
The motion to extend the meeting time passes. Now, folks, let's move on with.
Oops. No. Doesn't it take
sorry,
2/3?
2/3.
2/3. Thank you again.
2/3 of the elected body, not 2/3 of those present.
2/3 would be 19 yeses.
Corp Counsel, is that correct? That it's
That's
the
correct.
total of the body?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so 2/3 would be 19.
19.
And what is the vote?
17.
17 yeses.
The motion fails. So folks, we probably are going to be meeting again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But let's see how much we can finish before 11 o'clock. Well, we have 10 minutes. I'm not sure what we can do in 10 minutes, but let's give it a shot. So let's go back to our agenda and amendment number 6.
Amendment number 6.
Yes.
Add a part-time .50 FTE fiscal associate 4 position in the sheriff's department to begin Q4 of 2021.
Didn't we
No.
decide that's not appropriate because
but-
it's this year?
Before I ask for a motion on that, I'm going to strike that last phrase that's in the parentheses.
Don't you have to get permission from the person that offered the amendment?
Not necessarily, because no one has made the motion. So without objection, the chair is striking that phrase. I don't
Chair
hear it.
Smyer, Schrottnagel here.
Yes, sir.
Can't we
Yes, ma'am.
take it up in the normal agenda as number 65, first reading?
No,
And suspend the
because
rules?
Again, this applies to the 2022 budget. File 65 applies to the current year. I think that's what we concluded. And I believe that's what Supervisor Pagonis was explaining.
Chair Smyer, I'm a little confused as the wording got changed. The wording got modified from the document that was presented in our budget packet to what's presented on page 2 of our agenda. So in the budget packet, Supervisor Beckfield does not say to commence in quarter 4 of 2021. That's what needs to come. That's a separate thing that needs to come before the county board. The position for 2022 is the way I read Supervisor Beckfield. He doesn't say anything about fourth quarter. So someone changed it going from Supervisor Beckfield's amendment to the to this, and I guess I don't remember seeing
Isn't this
apparently Supervisor Wilkie did include it. Yes, I see that.
This is Wilkie's motion.
Right. The same one is within the human resources is what I'm saying.
Yes.
They overlap.
Yes.
But they're not the same. 6 and 9 aren't the same. Is that what you're saying?
Folks, let's now get jumping in on this thing, okay? Supervisor Beckfield agreed to withdraw amendments 7, 8, and 9 because they're repetitive. So we are talking about amendment number 6. And let's be clear about what amendment number 6 is. My understanding is that if it's to apply to the next budget year, the sentence would end after the word department. Add 1 part-time fiscal associate 4 position in the sheriff's department. Period. Is that, Supervisor Wilkie, was that your intent?
Yes, that's correct. If you're okay with it, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to offer the amendment number 6 for consideration by the board.
All right, that will suffice, I believe, for the reading. So the motion is by Supervisor Wilkie, correct?
Yes, correct.
Don't we have to have a source of money?
Yes, and we'll get to that explanation if we can get it on the floor.
I'll second it.
All right. For the persons bringing it on the floor, we have a second there. Explanation, Supervisor Wilkie, and I hope you're responding to Supervisor Dunning's question.
Yes, Supervisor Dunning, when you bring forward an amendment, you need to have not only the expenditure, but where the revenue is coming from. This amendment to the 2022 budget adds $25,497 from a grant. And it adds an expenditure of $25,497 for the expenditure of a part-time 0.50 fiscal associate 4 position in the sheriff's office for the drug enforcement task force. The reason for this is grants are getting extremely difficult in terms of reporting requirements, and the task force has supported this. This was reviewed, as you'll see when the resolution comes forward down the line, by Budget and Finance, by Judiciary and Law, and Judiciary and Law supported it 5-0. So consequently, I think what you were getting at, there is no tax levy associated with this position. It's grant funded.
Just for the point of clarification, Supervisor Dunning, were you suggesting that that should be included in the motion?
Yes, I was.
Without objection, we will read into the motion Supervisor Wilkie's statement about the funding.
Yeah, I would point out, Mr. Chairman, also it is in the proposed supervisor amendment. It fills out the required form of the revenue and the expenditure, but it is accurate for Supervisor Dunning to point out that I'm not sure if in the narrative it says grant funded. I thought it did, but maybe not.
Supervisor Wilkie, just to be clear, You are reading from the amendment as you proposed it.
Yep.
What we have in front of us is a very abbreviated sentence that doesn't include that. And I
Okay.
think that Supervisor Dunning was asking that what you were referring to as your original amendment with the funding statement in it that would be the amendment.
Correct.
And that's what Supervisor Dunning is looking for, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
it's a good point.
Is it now I want to make sure that when we vote on this, everyone understands that it is the sentence that you see in the agenda and added to that the funding statement read into the record by Supervisor Wilkie.
Correct.
No, that's by modifying the C resolution to begin Q4 is removed, right?
Right, that's correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So without objection, that will be the motion as made and seconded by, I forget who seconded.
Larry.
Supervisor Leary, thank you. Questions or comments? Oh, we have a whole string of people here. Let's do this quickly, okay? Supervisor Pagonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I would refer you to page 12 of your agenda packet. There's a pretty clear explanation of this position submitted by Supervisor Beckfield that does show that the cost of the position is $25,497, and the source for wages and benefits are through not just the one grant, but a variety of grants and forfeitures that the sheriff has. So I think that the no offense to Chair Wilkie, and I think using the forms has been a little bit hampering, but I think that the paragraph submitted by Supervisor Beckfield is pretty clear. So this position is for the purposes of doing fiscal administrative support for existing grants and to help participate in additional grant writing.
Thank you. The magic word probably is that it's not tax levy. Correct?
Correct.
Field concurs with Supervisor Pagonis. Sorry.
Thank you. Supervisor Coffey.
I appreciate that this is grant provided so that we don't have to use tax levy. Will that be true for next year and the following year and the year after that as well?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilkie, are you responding?
Yes, that would be correct. The task force is responsible for funding it. We don't put it on the tax levy.
The task force or through certain forfeiture funds. I mean, it's a variety of grants. It's not just one grant.
Thank you.
Supervisor Humbuck Boyle.
My question was also about that funding cliff question. So it got answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other question or comment? Supervisor Coffey? Was your hand not taken down? Oh, okay, thank you. I see no other hands raised, no other questions or comments. We're going to proceed to vote. I want to make absolutely sure that you know what you're voting on. So my understanding is we're voting on adding one part-time fiscal associate 4 position in the sheriff's department, and appended to that is the funding statement, which was read by Supervisor Wilkie. Are we clear that that is what we're voting on?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of Amendment 6?
Roll call.
It's 11:01.
It's
I know,
11.
I'm trying to
we're
move
past
along
time.
here. Okay, so we're voting on Amendment 6 as corrected, I will say. All those in favor of Amendment 6?
You said roll call.
We need a roll call vote.
I know, I'm coming to it, people. You tried to trip me up there, but I was going to say we're going to go to roll call vote. So Clerk McDonald, please.
Gibson,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Pagonis,
Yes.
Anton,
Yes.
Zook,
Yes.
Pilson,
Yes.
Delgis,
Yes.
Delgis,
Yes.
He said yes.
Lowry,
Yes.
Buffy,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Gatlin,
Yes.
Smyre,
Yes.
Handbook Boyle,
Yes.
Neiman,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Dunning,
Yes.
Wilkie,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Beckfield,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Leary,
Yes.
DeLuca,
Yes.
Stroffnagel,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Christofferson,
Yes.
26 and 0.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Just to be clear, amendments 7, 8, and 9 have been withdrawn as duplicative. Under item 8 on our agenda, the rezone request from owners Burtzer Trust and applicant Connie Rindle for the town of Pleasant Valley will come forward to our next meeting. I'm sorry, will come forward to our December 7th meeting. Next item on the agenda under Committee on Human Resources and Judiciary and Law Enforcement is the current year's resolution regarding the authorizing the position. File 65.
Point of order, we have to adjourn. It's 11:04.
Correct.
Didn't we say that we, oh, that's right.
No,
got-
we failed.
Oh,
That
It
failed.
failed.
Thank you. So I was racing against the clock unnecessarily.
No.
Thank you. Corp Counsel, a technical point. We don't adjourn the meeting. Don't we go into recess?
We go into recess until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
All right. So the chair declares we're in recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. I will see all your happy, smiling, well-rested faces.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and Eau Claire County.